Good morning, everyone. I have the honor of saying good morning to you all and of introducing Sir Mark Thompson, our first speaker for opening remarks. Mark is the chairman, CEO, and editor-in-chief of CNN, and today he is also the co-chair of the International Fund for Public Interest Media. Please, Mark.
Okay, I'm going to speak quite loudly. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And I just want to say how pleased and honoured I am to be opening this second day with a discussion focusing on some of the practical questions around the urgent need to sustain information integrity and independent media. An issue which I guess many people will already know here is an issue which can touch on every aspect of our societies: global health, climate, economics, peace, security, and much more. Yesterday was a really big day for the future of independent media. Here at the Paris Peace Forum, at a conference co-organised by the International Fund for Public Interest Media and Forum on Information and Democracy, 29 countries, representing many parts of the world, 29 countries affirm their commitment to sustaining news media and building stronger collective action to safeguard reliable information at a time when it's never been under so much threat. So thank you to all those countries that came together, and to the 5 heads of state and government, President Macron, President Mahama, President Sandou, Prime Minister Rama, and Prime Minister Pashinyan, that gave compelling remarks to explain why they signed up to the commitment. And thank you also to the Paris Peace Forum, which is where IFPIM started as an idea a few years ago, and which has been a really reliable partner to IFPIM through its journey so far. We at IFPIM and the Forum share a fundamental goal of building new coalitions and reinventing multilateralism. And what I hope about tomorrow, what I took from yesterday, is that we have the real chance of moving beyond speeches, fine words, to actual actions, and that we'll do that because of this new recognition that reliable information is a public good, is essential for healthy societies and healthy democracies, and needs to be funded and supported on that basis. And be under no illusion, we are in a real battle here. And it's a battle which is currently being lost in most countries. My day job, as Amelie said, I run the international news organisation CNN. Before that, I ran the New York Times and the BBC. I want to say every day in my working life, I can feel this battle raging. It comes up every day. I talk to my friends in other international news organisations and domestic media in many countries. I've got contacts in many, many countries around the world. And by the way, not just the first world, but around the world. And with IFPIM, I see it. It's happening everywhere. And we are losing at the moment. By which I mean, I don't just mean that media's losing. I mean, that's part of the story. The public are losing. Citizens are losing. There are many parts of the world where access to free information is almost gone, or gone completely. The surprise over the last few years has been how it was easy maybe a decade or two ago to think of this as a problem which was a developing world problem, or a problem where there were traditions of non-democracy. What we see today is it is creeping into every developed world as well. And the battle against it has got many different qualities in different parts of the world. The common thread is that the enemies of truthful information are gaining strength, and in particular are being successful in exploiting distribution through digital platforms which manifestly are doing too little to help people discriminate between what's true and what's not true, what is wholesome and what is dangerous and damaging, and are either doing too little or doing nothing at all, or actively adding harm by the way their platforms and technologies are developing. I see this as a set of interlocking threats. The threats are political and cultural, a turn away from truth-based policy making and truth-based political debate towards narrative-based, ethnic or nationalist-based narratives which are self-serving politically, but which mislead people about everything from climate change to vaccines and so much more. There are economic problems. The disruption of digital means that you have the politicians and hostile interests in your country potentially ranged against you, but also you're under an economic crisis. As I say, this is in the backdrop of a technology environment which is not naturally biased in favor of accuracy or truth, but on the contrary, either wants to say it's not our job to decide what's true and what's not true, or indeed actively, it would appear, generally trying to incite, because of the eagerness for engagement, the most dramatic, the most extreme, and indeed, in some ways, the most engaging falsehoods to try and drive their businesses. As my co-chair, Maria Ressa, the great, heroic Filipino editor, entrepreneur, Nobel Peace Prize winner on the side, and vocal advocate on this topic, as Maria puts it, our shared reality is collapsing. And without this shared reality, this fundamental agreement about what is true, what we share, what we can do together, we can't begin to solve the other existential problems which are addressed here at the Paris Peace Forum. This is why I'm so proud to have the role of co-chair of the International Fund for Public Interest Media. And let me tell you a bit about what that is. IFPIM is a new multilateral funding mechanism that's working across pretty much every continent. I'm not sure we've yet active in Antarctica, but we are pretty much around the world and in many different settings, trying in a very practical test and learn way to make a difference. And the difference we're trying to make is to try and begin to build the sustainability and the survivability of independent media, and to find models that work. We haven't started this thinking we know in advance the perfect model which we're just going to apply. And we also think the solutions are going to be found in countries by individual entrepreneurs, individual reporters and journalists, in their own language, in their own culture, knowing their own audiences, and finding out what works. And we're there not to tell them what to do, but to give them the means to find out for themselves what's going to work. We've only been going 3 years. The idea was first announced at this forum a few years ago. We've been going 3 years. In that time, we think we've achieved a lot. We've funded over 120 media outlets in about 30 countries so far. We want to do more. If we had more funding, we could do more. We've been trying to help them to evolve and to keep audiences and reach new audiences with fact-based news. So we're trying to, in the end, to build their ability, despite all of these challenges, to build their audiences, and by building their audiences, not only do good for society, but also to build their businesses and build the sustainability of the journalism. We've launched several structural initiatives, including new journalism financing funds in Brazil and South Africa, and the Global Media Trust announced at the Paris AI Summit which is an initiative to promote linguistic diversity and fair compensation for media content specifically used in AI models. And the data suggests that our grant-making model is genuinely working. Flexible core funding is allowing media organizations across the world to grow their audiences, to evolve their business, to increase revenues, to use technology to adapt to the evolving trends in how people consume news, how they access information, and above all, how they maintain editorial independence from government and from other powerful interests in their coverage. 93% of our grantees report major improvements to financial sustainability. 88% of grants say they increase their audiences, which is bucking a general trend for this kind of journalism to actually lose audiences. So we're seeing that turning round where we're able to intervene. And we heard several of the speakers yesterday talking specifically about their belief in for example, in Moldova, the belief of the direct connection between IFPIM involvement and democracy, the preservation and strengthening of democracy. We're now entering our new phase, really started yesterday. We're trying to raise $150 million new dollars of funding over the next 3 years to continue and to expand the work of IFPIM. And I would ask everyone here who has influence to join us in this fight. I want to give some thanks now. Thanks in particular to President Macron for his political and financial support of IFPIM, his vision for it, which has been foundational for us over the last few years. Thank you to President Mahama. We're so honored that Ghana will be the first African nation to make a financial contribution to IFPIM. Yesterday, we also heard that Spain and Luxembourg have now confirmed they're also going to begin to fund IFPIM from next year. And we're hoping that the current momentum we've got is going to add to more engagement with governments and other foundations, and therefore more funding, and therefore more good in the world. We're demonstrating, we believe, that a more multilateral, collective, strategic and long-term response may be possible and can work really well. And if we're successful in raising this new funding, we believe we can continue to play a bigger, major role in turning this crisis around. And again, I just want to say to you, this battle is going to be won by a lot of people putting their shoulder to the wheel and getting behind it. And I would say, I can't believe there's anyone who's taken the trouble to come to this forum who can't play some part in helping us. So thank you for your support, and let us hope we have a great conversation today. I want to hand over now to Camille Grenier, who heads the Forum on Information and Democracy, to share some of his thoughts on the future of our information space and why we need to continue to strengthen multilateral and multi-stakeholder action. Thank you, and please welcome Camille. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you very much. Thank you, Mark, for all of those remarks. I would like to begin by thanking all of the partners who have made it possible for us to come together here today, the team from the the Forum on Information and Democracy, the International Fund for Public Interest in Media, and all of the teams, Pierrick Julio, whom I've had the pleasure of working with over the last 6 months to organize this forum. I'd also like to thank the team of the forum. This is my 8th edition, and it is brilliant to come together to have these discussions, but also to discuss action, coalitions and deliverables. I would also like to thank the team of the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, with whom I had the pleasure of working and have done for the last few years. And for the first edition of the Forum on Information and Democracy, we had the declaration. and we continue fighting to build ecosystems that are democratic. We are fighting to ensure that technology bears these principles of transparency, neutrality, pluralism, and we are doing so with limited resources, and sometimes we have to carry this fight with our bare hands. And today, I say with some emotion that we were right not to give up. We are right to continue these efforts because it pays dividends. And for those who were with us yesterday and followed our debate, I think that the political language used by the President of the Republic and the ministers that we heard from yesterday were very strong words. And I think that we have unlocked a number of things over the last 2 days. And as the President of the Republic was saying, we must ramp things up. And I think that with everything that we announced yesterday, we are absolutely able to do so. I would like to say that despite the efforts that we have undertaken, there have been some mishaps in terms of the organization, and I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize on behalf of the partners who were not able to be with us here today. Once again, it was a very important moment for us, and we hope that we will be able to correct course over the upcoming months and years. As I said, we were right not to give up. We had a very strong political will yesterday, and for us it was very important at the Forum on Information and Democracy to have a series of deliverables. We work on substance and public policy recommendation, but we also work on creating coalitions of action. And yesterday, we announced the creation of a coordination group which brings together international organizations and multilateral initiatives. And I'm very pleased to announce that the fund is already part of that group. And we have the Council of Europe, the OSCE, the Francophonie International Organization, and the United Nations, UNESCO. And this group will endeavor to work together to better coordinate their efforts, but also to strengthen their impact. Now, as it relates to the Forum on Information and Democracy, we created a select group that will help us better define our agenda and our priorities. And as part of this group, we have Brazil, Chile, France, Luxembourg, Portugal, and Ukraine. And I would like to thank all of the states who have joined us, and in particular, Luxembourg. Dear Luc, thank you very much for that financial contribution, which will help us at a time which is very challenging, so that we may continue our efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to talk about information integrity, which is a very recent concept, and as it is presented, sometimes it's a big tent that enables us to talk about press and media freedom, but also internet governance, the protection of private data, and the regulation of digital platforms. And today we're going to take this umbrella concept, if you will, and we're going to discuss two themes. The first, information integrity on climate change, and I'm going to ask my dear panelists who join me on stage in a moment, and then also information integrity in the age of AI. So Rebecca McKinnon, if Lawrence Tobiana, and Kim Younes, if you'd like to join me on stage. Thank you very much and welcome. I hope that everyone can hear us. I'm extremely pleased to be with you here this morning for this discussion on information integrity and climate change with Lawrence Tobiana, who is Chief Executive Officer of the European Climate Foundation, Kim Younes, CEO of TV 5 Monde, and Rebecca McKinnon, Special Advisor, Global Advocacy, Wikimedia Foundation.
There is live translation, so you can speak in the language where you're most comfortable with. La première question pour moi, c'est qu'on
The first question for me is that we observe, and we've seen in France in particular over the last few weeks, that there are there's a series of proof and evidence as it relates to the growth of climate disinformation. And we can see that this climate disinformation is used politically, but it's also used to delay action. And so this discussion that we're going to have this morning is about the COP30 that is going to take place in just 2 weeks. I'd like to start with you, please, Kim Younes. You chair an international network, TV5 Monde, which covers a number of challenges. Climate, the environment are part of those issues, and you're also a public service media. And I would like to
en amont de ce panel, mais
we have had the chance to discuss before this panel, but can you just talk to us about your role, the role of the media, of journalists, and whether we should make a distinction between the media and journalists in this fight for truth? Thank you very much, Camille, for that question. I will talk about TV5 Monde, but I'd also like to talk to you about the observation that you just made. We're all here because we are realizing that climate disinformation is a massive challenge. We have proof of this on a day-to-day basis. We saw false videos about the devastating storm Melissa, for example, before the storm even happened. So there's a study that was published by 3 NGOs, Cota Climat, Science Feedback, and Data Follow. And what strikes me is the very quick acceleration of this phenomenon over the last few months. There are 2 very interesting pieces of data. There is growth in audiovisual media, and we see that fake news has tripled. And the thing that strikes me is where this false data is coming from, because it's 6 times more present in the media, and in particular on 24-hour news channels, than in the public sphere. So this is very alarming for us, and obviously we have to react. And the question that we're wondering about as an international audiovisual network and multinational is, what can we do about this? Now, I'd like to remind you what TV5 Monde is, because many of you know what this channel is, but you don't necessarily know what our reach is. It's the first generalist media outlet, French-speaking media outlet in the world. It has existed for more than 40 years, and it was founded upon the initiative of a number of donor governments. You have France, Belgium, Switzerland, Canada, Quebec and Monaco. And our purpose is, our aim is to integrate other French-speaking states. We're present in 200 countries, and we reach 400 million households. So we have a very wide market across the globe, and we have a reach which is extremely important in terms of our network distribution. And now what we're trying to do with this media outlet is to offer information, news that is public interest news. We don't have an opinion, we are neutral, we're independent, we're impartial, and this news must be as robust and healthy as possible. And we do this through our multilateralism, because the fact of having a view that takes into in consideration a number of partners, countries with experts, journalists, and figures from different cultural backgrounds, this enables us to have a corpus of information which is extremely precious and valuable. Now, to answer your question, what we're doing to fight against disinformation, we have, obviously, as with all media outlets, we have to debunk fake news. We do this work which takes more and more time, because there is more and more fake news. But what I want to say is that the most important thing for us is to produce quality news. And the best way to fight against disinformation is to produce quality content by experts, produced by journalists, professional journalists. And I'd like to draw your attention to 2 things. What makes us different? as a public interest media? Well, what makes us different and what we can see on the content that you will find on social media is that we have a hierarchy of information. When you have a televised news channel, it's editorialized, it's organized, the content is not presented fairly. And this is key. And the second important thing is that we need to reach our audience. We often wonder whether we should continue to be present on platforms and social media because at the end of the day, that is where most fake news is. I want to say that yes, but we need to find a balance, and that's what we're doing. We've just announced a newspaper for teens, for example, between 15 to 18 years. The objective is to inform that target audience and also to educate them. And to do this, we have to be where young people are.
There's a lot of other topics. Thank you. Yes, we have not too long, so if we move on about opinions and editorialization of information. Laurence Toubiana, you have had many roles as an academic, a diplomat, the president of the European Climate Foundation. In your different roles, you have probably seen misinformation about the climate rising. We are 10 years after climate agreement, and a week before the COP, what do you believe has changed? Yes, thank you. Thank you for organizing this. Thank you for your political reflection. The Paris Peace Forum is a place where we can have an in-depth an in-depth reflection. Today, Donald Trump tweeted that they won the fight against climate change because Bill Gates said that they had to do something different. We are in a cultural battle, an actual cultural struggle, a fight. This misinformation we've seen that crystallize around climate change. Climate change is within some sort of ideology package with gender, women's rights, science, and this whole package is being misinformed about. 11–12% of these topics that are extremely strategic about climate change. This is not being done randomly, and this is done with political stakes. So I don't want to talk about misinformation anymore, but about propaganda. In the past, this way of trying to catch people's attention with hatred, with emotion, with opposition, it comes to repair people's hearts in a way. It attacks very strategically. When you think about the farmers' manifestations, demonstrations a year and a half ago, for example. The idea is to say that climate does not exist. That's something that has been said many times. It has been said at the United Nations even. And there is a demonization of clean energy, of electrical vehicles, etc. And that supports some strategic interest that is behind that type of disinformation, misinformation. And of course, media are amplifying this misinformation. And we can see what kind of weapons do we have against that. Well, first of all, supporting media that are actually informing. I think when I'm in France Télé, they say information is not an opinion, and that's something that is really beautifully said. Now,
évidemment, je crois qu'il faut que les pays, les gouvernements, et j'espère
I believe that countries, governments, and I hope that's what came from yesterday's discussions, governments need to tackle regulation, not about taxation only, but about how journalists can work, how we support journalists. It is difficult to counterbalance false information. It is important to check the news, to debunk, but it's not enough. And I believe that we need to put a direct relationship between the media and between citizens. We need a debate, a public debate, in order to find this trust that we need. Media need to be associated with processes, with public discussion processes, democratic participation, so as to have this trust and this recognizing the other. Thank you very much for what you said. Something that the President of the Republic said yesterday, that there is this need to attack the system and infrastructures. And we need to tackle this in order to support system and infrastructures. Now I'll switch to English.
Wikimedia supports access to reliable information, notably through its most well-known encyclopedia, which is Wikipedia. And it is proof to a lot that tech companies can also be on the side of knowledge, facts, and science. So can you tell us a little bit of the work that you're doing at Wikimedia on that side? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camille, and to the forum for inviting me as a representative of the Wikimedia Foundation to speak today. You said the word company, and I would just emphasize that the Wikimedia Foundation, we are the nonprofit NGO that hosts Wikipedia and other volunteer-run platforms. So Wikipedia itself has no employees, and the Wikimedia Foundation was actually created after Wikipedia was started, so that there would be some kind of organization to help fundraise for the computer servers and the lawyers to defend the right of people to create the encyclopedia. So we stand in very sharp contrast to tech companies operating on a for-profit model that really exist primarily to generate maximum profits for their shareholders and investors. We exist only to serve and protect the people who contribute to Wikipedia and other related projects, such as Wikidata, which along with Wikipedia has been named a digital public good by the Digital Public Goods Alliance, recognized by the United Nations. And I hope that you will all agree here that digital public goods, alongside public interest media, are part of a very interdependent ecosystem that is going to sink or swim together. And Wikipedia, after all, is only as reliable as the sources we cite. Wikipedia is not a primary source. The editors determine, the volunteer community of hundreds of thousands of people around the world decide what constitutes a reliable source and what does not, and what belongs on any given Wikipedia page about any topic and what does not. And if there is information that someone puts on a Wikipedia page that is citing a source that editors have deemed to be unreliable or does not cite any source, it is removed. And the foundation, we defend the right of our editors to do this, despite a lot of challenges from a lot of powerful people and governments around the world. So that is a very important difference between Wikipedia and the for-profit tech companies. And as Mark Thompson alluded to and other speakers have alluded to, the tech company's business model is based on targeted advertising, which requires collection of a great deal of data about users so that they can be targeted very specifically with content that is amplified, often algorithmically now with the help of AI, and specific people are targeted with particular messages that are believed by the people targeting these messages to be most acceptable and most likely to be not only to engage with the content, but to find it most provocative and addictive. We do not do any of that. We collect so little data about people who visit Wikipedia, we don't even know how many users we have. We only know how many unique devices connect to the projects. And we collect the absolute minimum of information about the people who contribute to Wikipedia. And we are defending our right to do that, despite a lot of well-meaning laws around the world that are trying to force us to collect more user information about contributors around the world in more than 300 languages. And in fact, our Francophone colleagues in Wikimedia France could not be here today because they are at a global meeting of Francophone Wikipedians elsewhere. Another way, as I mentioned, that Wikipedia is different from commercial social media is the people carrying out what is known as content moderation are not staff, and they are not algorithms. They are human beings who are elected from amongst their peers as being trustworthy and credible to enforce the rules that the editors, that the volunteers have set over time. And there are different rules for different topics. So actually the pages that relate to climate science and climate change have much more rigorous rules about what constitutes a reliable source than a page about a movie star. And this is, again, all determined in a very granular bottom-up way by this community of practice. There are several dozen independent NGOs that are part of the Wikimedia ecosystem that support Wikipedians working across the world in different jurisdictions and different languages on different topics, including climate change. And they are working with funders and other media organizations to improve climate information in multiple languages. And these are the communities that are really working at the coalface, the proverbial coalface of climate justice work. Just one quick example, and we can talk more about more COP-specific things later, but so for example, the African Wikipedian Alliance that is made of Wikipedians from around Africa or African diasporas, we don't know where people are exactly, who have a project that they sought independent funding for, mapping climate justice with open data. So they're working with other open data projects, that some of which are also digital public goods, to help Wikipedia volunteers working across Africa to improve climate science and climate justice related information, not just in English or French, but in their indigenous languages as well, in their mother tongue. So this is just one example of how our communities of practice, and again, this is not directed top down by the foundation. This is coming from the energy of the individual volunteers who believe passionately that people in their countries, their communities, people who speak their languages need more accurate information and are volunteering their time to ensure that this happens.
Thank you so much for the explanation. And there is one word that I think that draws a common thread between the different interventions is the word public. We talk about public service, we talk about public good, we talk about the crucial role between the media and the public. And I think that, you know, this is one thing that we can, I hope, reflect on is the place of the public in all this conversation and how do we go, there's been a lot of the work that we've done at the forum, how do we go outside of the expert bubble or of the researchers or civil society and how we reach that public to, you know, also explain that freedom of expression remains crucial, that we need to find the proper balance, that we need to explain sometimes very complicated and technical issues. So thanks a lot for that. As we said already, we are 2 weeks from COP. In Brazil, and we've seen how Brazil has put information integrity at the top of its international agenda. We're talking about the G20 earlier, and also Brazil, UNESCO, and the UN, which launched the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on climate change that will deliver concrete results in Belém. But I would really, in the less than 10 minutes that we still have your hopes, your wishes, the wish lists that we could add to the COP and to the government will be represented there. What are you hoping to see happening in Belém? And maybe we can go in the same order, starting with you, Kim.
Je vais vous répondre. J'aimerais juste rebondir très rapidement.
I would like to also respond to what Rebecca McKinnon said. I believe that it is crucial it's about reliable sources, verifying sources, and how we talk integrating experts for the public. And this is not obvious. For example, the partners that we have for education, where we talk to students, we talk to pupils, and we explain what is reliable source and debunking and checking sources, and it's not an obvious thing for them. So education, understanding, having an educational way of going about it, and how we refer to that throughout our institution, that I believe is crucial as well. Now about the COP30. I believe there are 2 things that are crucial for us as a network. First of all, we commend this type of initiative because we have overwhelmed with content nowadays, and we need to have this one moment where we unite everyone, people on a high level, for this question for 2, 3, 4 days, the great challenges that we are confronted with for the next few years. We had the conference on oceans a few months back. When I started in France, there were only 7 channels. Today, you have 27 channels. You have all the social media, you have 12 streaming platforms, so you can see how editorialization and emphasizing this or that information is crucial, because otherwise you are completely lost and overwhelmed. The other thing that we try to be attentive about is to link the topics that we need to link. We need to talk about climate change, the issues of climate change, but we also need to talk about what we need as a media. I believe it's also the case for Wikimedia. Producing information is an expensive fact. We need people for fact-checking, we need staff, we need training. You said, how can we reach out to the public? We also need to have the right training on how to write a good narrative, how to be able to reach out people on social media. And our economic model, we depend on the public, where your model is maybe a bit different, but we do depend on the public and on audiences. So these initiatives are very interesting and that we commend these initiatives. Thank you very much. We are running out of time. I believe that the resources question is crucial, and the problem is that disinformation, misinformation is very well financed and very well organized as well. So we need to organize better if we want to be better financed, better organized. Well, since we don't have much time, I would like to focus on what's at stake and the initiative that Brazil took for the G20, having one segment, one topic about misinformation about climate. This is the first time that misinformation about climate will be dealt with at a COP. The UN Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change.
And I think it's really crucial because it has to be part of the climate governance. It's so evident now when you see that we are entering in a conflict about climate policy, climate change, climate action, denialism. It's not new, but now it has much, much more money and much more strategies than before. So it has been in the past. It's another wave. I'm confident we can be on the upcycle and combat, as we did in the past, by the scientists, by the media, by the information of citizens. And just, I'm trusting citizens because, you know, most people in every country of the world are concerned by climate change. They want action, they want information. So it's a battle between monopoly and citizen in a way for climate change. And that I will say and really support and really support this initiative, which I hope will be a formal part of the COP and a decision on how we condition participation at the COP to people who are trustworthy, who are really trustful and are really giving real information and being accountable of what they say and what they do. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Et en effet, comptez.
Thank you very much. You can count on us for that as well and our UN partners to carry out this agenda on the highest level.
Is it only a question of resources, or do we need to also do what Laurence was saying about the monopoly versus the people?
Well, I couldn't agree more with what Laurence was saying about the people. Certainly in our experience, the energy is completely coming from the communities. And so one example is Wikimedia Brazil. Again, the independent community affiliate based in Brazil is working with affiliates around Latin America. They call themselves the Climate Justice Working Group, and they are among the first grant recipients from UNESCO, working with a range of other UN entities and governments, which is part of a global interdisciplinary network to socialize findings and reveal climate misinformation and to help, again, citizens figure out how to fill the gaps, to bring in the correct information, to participate in the reporting and translation and curation of reliable information and sources. Because we're running out of time, I just want to say one other thing about policy, which is very important because I know that the independent media, the public interest media fund is also concerned with policy. And it's very important that as governments are thinking about policy and regulation and not just funding for activities, but what to require of tech companies and others to address the harms and the amplification of misinformation. Make sure that you're not catching the dolphins in the net. So there's a lot of discussion about regulating big tech. I don't disagree with the fund about the need for smart regulation, but I hope my call to governments and to our allies is be sure you apply what we call the Wikipedia test to your regulatory and policy proposals. Make sure that your proposed law or treaty is not going to impose obligations on public interest technology, public interest digital public goods like Wikipedia that would force us to surveil our users, force us to intervene in community governance. That will not be good for the public interest. And so we need to make sure that regulation is smart and nuanced and not counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In conclusion, I think that we can agree on one, maybe last word, balance. How do we rebalance the powers between big tech companies and the people? How do we balance the necessary regulation and the preservation of freedom of expression and innovation and the very good work that you're doing at the Wikimedia Foundation? At the Forum on Information and Democracy, we will soon release an interim report from our work stream on climate disinformation and other environmental issues. We hope that this will also bring some food for thought to COP, and I hope that we will try to strike this balance. Thank you so much to the three of you for being with us this morning for not only a theoretical discussion, but a very practical one, and we hope that we will bring all this to COP, and we'll now leave the room to the second panel on AI and information integrity. Thank you so much.
Camille and distinguished panelists. That was a fantastic panel. So as Camille noted, we'll now introduce the next panel, which discusses the link between information integrity and AI and the future of reliable information. Can I please welcome the moderator, Nishant Lalwani, CEO of the International Fund, to the stage, and the other panelists. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. This should be a simple conversation, AI and reliable information, not one we're concerned about. I'm Nishant Lalwani, and I'm delighted to moderate the panel of these very, very thoughtful thinkers today. Joining us, we have Luc Duckendorf, who serves as Ambassador for Cybersecurity and Digitalization of the Netherlands. Besides cyber diplomacy, digitalization for Luxembourg. This is the second time I'm introducing you in 2 days, so yeah, 1 out of 2, apologies. Besides cyber diplomacy, human rights and security policies, worked on development cooperation and multilateral diplomacy. It's also my pleasure to introduce Melanie Hui, Chief Executive Officer of Luminate, which is a global philanthropic organization ensuring that technology upholds human rights, equity, and social justice. Next, we have Paula Miraglia, founder and CEO of Momentum, which is a global initiative based in Brazil, advancing the conversation on how technology can strengthen journalism and sustainable media ecosystems. And then we have Dr. Chico Guitao, Chief Executive of Kala, a digital innovation company driving transformation across Africa's key sectors, from health and agriculture to energy and education. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Now, artificial intelligence, and especially generative agentic AI, is creating a range of opportunities, but I think many of us at this conference are concerned about some of the risks that are raised by AI. We are going to talk about the opportunities. We are going to talk about what positive action we can take. But I'd like to start with some of the risks and concerns so we can acknowledge them. Paola, I'm going to come to you first. You founded 2 digital-first newsrooms. You now lead a globally important digital think tank studying the intersection of journalism and tech and policy based in Brazil. How is AI impacting the viability of journalism?
Thanks, Nishan, and good morning. I think in many ways I would like to highlight 3 of them. I think the first one is a very practical one. It's something that has been called traffic apocalypse. So the fact that now we were already very subjected to our distribution was subjected to tech platforms. It became even more with AI. What does that mean? It means that today what happens is that you can put a question, a prompt, and you get an answer that is a mix of several sources, including news organization sources, that will give you an answer without asking you, without a need for a click. So what's happening is that media organizations, they don't have traffic anymore. People don't need to visit the websites to get informed. Of course, the quality is it's lower than the quality if you were to read that piece of news, but it's making people not go to the websites, and therefore media has no longer ways of the traditional ways of having revenue. So and this is uniting all of us, digital natives, legacy, global south, global north, in one crisis. I would say, so this is the first one. The other one that I would like to highlight is the impact on the markets. Brazil, for instance, is already very traditional and concentrated media market. What we're about to see is an even further consolidation of those markets with a greater risk of media capture, and capture by interests such as political, religious, commercial. What we're seeing is that a lot of the media markets organizations are now relying on advertisement coming from sports betting companies. I don't need to tell you how harmful this could be. And finally, I think I would like to close with the nature of the relationship between media organizations and the tech platforms. It is characterized by structural dependence, and it became like that over the years. So the platforms they are the intermediaries between us and our readership. They control distribution with zero transparency, and we have no agency over our content. We depend on them to distribute that. It's also a relationship that is marked by a huge asymmetry of power. We're dealing with the companies that have unprecedented power in human history. On the other side, we have media organizations who are under deep financial pressure, who are facing a historical crisis. So you can imagine the asymmetry of power. And as a result of that, we have licensing agreements that are being signed between AI companies and media organizations that are extremely unfair, that pick specific players and does not favor the entire ecosystem.
Thank you so much, Paola. Chico, Paola's talking about having no agency, and you, in previous speeches, have said that if Africans don't shape the narrative, that they will be erased from the world of AI. Can you tell us more? How is that erasure happening?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this question. So last year, 2023, just at the rise of ChatGPT, a friend of mine from actually University of Oxford ran a study asking Midjourney ChatGPT produce a picture of an African doctor treating a white child. Several prompts later, it still didn't do. And the closest it did is bringing a sangoma. I hope you know, like a medicine man with like traditional attire. But worse than that, it brought a giraffe as a doctor. And who knows why a giraffe? Because we have a famous movie that was made out of Africa called Madagascar. And the giraffe there was a doctor. recently, like 2 months ago, our designer was not available. So I thought, oh, generative AI has progressed so far. It can generate for me a map of Africa with a few of our countries highlighted for a presentation I was going to make. And I did that. And oh my God, I did prompts in the top 5 products, and none of them got it right. But when I posted it on LinkedIn saying, please retry this, maybe it's just my pro version that is not doing this, the cartographers, the guys who actually make maps, say that not only was a generative AI not able to identify the countries, the mapping of the countries within Africa was wrong. Egypt was somewhere else, Morocco was somewhere else, Rwanda was somewhere different, and the mapping, the actual geography of the countries had been redone. And somebody was saying, oh, we are back to 1890 when the big struggle for Africa happened. And if this is what Gen AI is doing in 2025, it means that a lot of data sets that define who Africa is and why Africa exists are not taken care of. So Africa has to take a more proactive process in not only defining Gen AI's conversation with Africa, but also building models for and from Africa. And we say this, we have 5 foundational ways that we are looking at this. We are looking at this from talent, compute, data sets, market, and governance. And I'll start with governance because of the previous panel. We need to make sure that our policymakers actually understand what governance of AI means. And I use the word governance of our regulation because we need a bit of governance. We need guardrails around AI to protect our data, to protect our people, but not regulate it at the expense of innovation. That's number one. We need talent. And I'll come to this in terms of erasure. So the biggest narrative right now around Africa is there's no African talent to build AI. But Europe, and I'm happy I'm sitting in Paris, is being run by North Africa. Especially Paris, a big chunk of their AI talent is from North Africa. There's data to back me up, yeah? If you go to each of the big labs in the US, they have a big chunk of African talent that are working there. So there is talent in the diaspora, but more than that, we have enough talent on the African continent. We just called out a call for African women who are doing AI research. We got 700 applications of PhD and master's level researchers. So there is talent. So we have to start doing this narrative, but we can't do it by just talking. We have to do it by doing. And so my challenge to my African friends and anybody who's working on the African continent, interested in African continent, is do. Because I'll come here on this panel and say this, but if I have no tangible results or data that I'm talking about, it will not work. And finally is data sets. I'll talk to other things later on, but data sets is very important for Africa is because only 2% of African data sets are informing the current Gen AI work. 2%. These are continent with more than 2,300 languages. We only have 40 of our languages on any Gen AI tool. It means that anything that you see on Gen AI is only 2% of Africa. And we have to change that. So anything you Google about Africa is actually more accurate than anything you find on Gen AI. If you go to any Gen AI tool, any of them, and we've tested both the American and the Chinese models, every single one of them are getting the facts about Africa wrong, mostly because they're not informed by most of our data sets. So we need to deliberately collect data around language, but also most importantly, and I keep telling these people, and I wanted to talk about OpenAI yesterday, it's more than translation, it's about context and culture. We are a rich continent with diverse languages, diverse cultures, very rich. And if we don't capture that in Gen AI, Satya said that Gen AI is the representative of true humanity, but it is not for Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for those powerful statistics and stories. Melanie, Luminate's focused on the impact of technology on society. So how is emerging tech, and especially AI, how is it impacting information integrity? How is it impacting power systems and governance systems?
Thanks, Nishant. I mean, I think it's very clear to all of us that today we live in an attention economy. And this is an attention economy where the scarce resource is our attention. And a few private companies really are competing for it, to control it. They're doing that through using AI algorithms. It's a kind of concentration of power that we're seeing right now that is unprecedented, and it is eroding our human rights. We've been talking a lot in the past 2 days about how it's eroding our democracies. So the challenge that we're really seeing is that these systems are rewarding engagement over truth and trust. Their question, Nishant, they've captured the market, as Paula has been talking about, really demonetizing journalism. And this is probably going to be further exacerbated with AI integrated search. Gen AI, as we kind of can see the direction is going, will be supercharging also the creation and dissemination of mis and disinformation. That's another topic that has been really a constant one, a drumbeat in this conference. We're seeing it, the examples that the last panel gave around how it has real-life implications on climate change, where the IPCC, which is the UN's top scientific body, has classified disinformation as a recognized threat to climate action. So this is pretty bad news, because just last week, the UN Secretary General has told us that, we're surpassing the 1.5 degree threshold already. It's something that Luminate's learned from working with different partners, grantee partners who are working on this topic, like AI Forensics or Global Witness, who have reverse engineered, basically, the algorithms to understand the influence networks and how they work, how they spread this kind of climate misinformation online at scale. There are many benefits. Shika was talking about some of the potential for AI in the world, and we know fact-checking, for example, right? It could be really, really helped by this. But for that to really be true, we have to kind of contend with the fact that as long as the digital platforms are allowed to profit from essentially surveillance capitalism, information integrity will be at risk. And with it, trust is really at risk. And that really handicaps us from solving all the problems that we're in these spaces talking about. And that's something that we really have to contend with and to work on together.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Luc, your fellow panelists are calling for regulation. Everyone seems to be calling for, even the tech companies seem to be calling for regulation. And many governments, including Luxembourg, are thinking deeply about how to do this. What are some of the barriers here? Are they political? Are they technical? Are they institutional? What are the barriers to doing this?
Thanks very much, Nishant. So there's a lot of them. I think some of them are indeed political. I've wanted to be a good civil servant for once and go from the more simple to the more complex ones. And I think the simple ones we more or less all agree on around the table. It's a question of technological and AI literacy, that civil servants and politicians and other decision makers need to be trained in how these systems work. There's a lot of training available. There's the brilliant Finnish Elements of AI course, and we've got plenty of other initiatives. Then there's the issue of in-house capacities for really knowing how to make all of this work. France and Luxembourg and many other countries have Gov Tech Labs that essentially function to make sure that we have data scientists who know how to operate these systems well. But I think there's a huge gap, especially for countries in the global south. And there's multilateral solutions from the ITU, the UNDP, and many others to work on that. And then there's also the issue of having a clear strategy, and most of us do have one. But there is a bigger issue as well, and that is really the entire layer of preserving the ability to think critically about this, that governments and civil servants need always to act in the public interest and remember what their part of the social contract is, which is to make sure people live safe and happy lives, and that governments need to protect, respect and fulfill all human rights, economic, social and cultural, and civil and political, and also the right to a clean and healthy environment. And this is very hard because we've had about 45 years of neoliberal ideology seeping into all corners of government, and we have this kind of learned helplessness from governments that would rather outsource solutions than build them in-house. And there's a lot of brilliant literature about this. I think I wrote down Mariana Mazzucato. She wrote a lot of good books about that.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move now to some of the opportunities and practical solutions. Chico, you talked about only 2% of Africa is really represented online. What do we need to do to actually chart a digital future for Africa to ensure that AI models accurately represent and respond to the reality of the context?
Awesome. It's not working? Is it? Okay. Thank you for that question. I already mentioned the 5 pillars, but the biggest one is what the ambassador has spoken about. We need to create massive awareness around what AI can and should be doing. And I always say there is a huge spectrum of AI talent. There is the AI talent, the PhDs and researchers like myself, but there is also the people who actually need to go out and collect the data sets and label them and ensure that they are available, the data scientists who are going to clean them up. So there's that spectrum that needs to happen. And there's little focus on the lower card of that. We're trying to get PhDs out of the door as much as possible. But most importantly is the populace. That's what we call the market. I always give an example of my dad. My dad is a Christian pastor, and every time I tell him what I do, because it changes every 3 years, I told him, we are doing this AI thing, Dad. And he's like, what is AI? So I tried to explain to him. I said, oh my God, that is the Antichrist. We are not doing that. And I said, no, Dad, this is how it is. Then he got an opportunity to use the Oculus and walk through the Bible using it. And he was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can actually experience the Bible as it was in the time of Jesus. And that sold him for him. And what I always tell people with that example is that people need to understand AI in their context. When I talk to ministers and cabinet, I tell them, think of it, how many doctors do you have in your country? There's a 1 to 10,000 ratio in some African countries of doctors. Can you imagine if that doctor can be able to serve 100 people every day without being exhausted because they're able to be facilitated by AI? And it's that critical understanding is the base. We are going to try and build the models and stuff, but that critical understanding of what AI is at the general level is important. But also being able to capture context, being able to capture the context of the doctor operating in a very resource-constrained environment, the pastor who needs to be able to show to his audience that he is not the Antichrist, right? Or the teacher who needs to demonstrate that this is what osmosis looks like in our world, not in the American world, right? That is what needs to happen. I always say awareness, number 2. Number 2, there is that deliberate action of collecting the data. It's expensive, it's hard, no one is wanting to do it. The big tech will not invest in it if they don't have an incentive to do it. And they don't have at this point to do it because Africa is yet to become a viable market for them. But we know in 2050, Africa will be the world's workforce. So the people who are willing to do it now needs to be able to be investing for the future. You need to do it now for the future. And I always say, you have to think in 100 years' time. If in 100 years' time, Africa will still be the largest continent. And if you want to start to be making money, even post your lifetime as an organization, start investing now in that data set, in that market, and building the right type of infrastructure for the African continent. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chico is talking about infrastructure, about data collection. Paula, what policies do we need to build a stronger future for journalism in this age of AI?
So I come from a country with 200 million inhabitants, and the country has a universal public free health system that goes from the federal government to the more than 5,000 municipalities in Brazil. So I have no reason to believe that we will be able to create policies that can transform people's lives when it comes to information integrity. And I'm saying this because we address tech as it was too complex to be addressed by public policy, and I cannot believe that. I think there are some opportunities. Brazil is on the verge of approving an AI bill that has a copyright provision that can benefit media organizations immediately by ensuring that they will be rightfully paid by all the tech platforms using their content that until now they are using without fair pay. I think that what we've been learning is that legislation is key for us to be able to create what I call productive friction. We need to put pressure on tech platforms. That's how they negotiate. That's how we change the terms of the negotiations. I think that we also need to take into account that our markets are extremely relevant. Countries like Brazil, South Africa, and Indonesia are extremely relevant markets, and we are working together by collaborating on different fronts. Regulatory fronts, on tech development fronts, but also in terms of what we can learn from each other in terms of competition commissions or competition inquiries. There's a lot to be learned from international cooperation. And I also want to mention the opportunity for a new multilateralism. I think these are global issues that need a new multilateralism that is led by the Global South, but also a multilateralism that is honest about its interests, its goals, it's honest about who is welcome and who is not, and actually give us the leadership that we deserve, since we know how the world as it is right now, and we know that solutions are coming from our countries. So they have the potential not only to be local solutions, but to be global solutions. Otherwise, we're talking about performative multilateralism, and I can tell you that we're not interested in that. Finally, I would like to mention the public infrastructure dimension. We talk a lot about public infrastructure. Public infrastructure is not something that you wake up one day and you have it. It's a long-term investment and is immediately linked to digital sovereignty. I think that we understood how these things are linked more and more, especially in the current geopolitical environment. So I think it's time for our countries to believe not only that they need to build this kind of infrastructure, but they can. And they can even further if they are learning from each other.
Thank you, Paola. Really inspiring words, and I really couldn't agree more with those calls to action. Melanie, Luminate, has prioritized systems change work historically over quick fixes. You were the earliest supporter of the International Fund, for example. We're very grateful for that. Can you talk more about why you take that approach?
Well, let's start with the world we want to see. We want people, especially marginalized people, to have their rights upheld, to have voice and agency in this world that is increasingly digital, as we've been saying. And so clearly there are no quick fixes to this kind of global problem. Our work at Luminate is at the intersection of tech and human rights and social justice. And so we think of our approach as this ecosystem approach. And I really enjoyed the interventions of my panelists. It's something that we value, investing in this kind of infrastructure. They've both given examples of this, a bigger and stronger field made of different actors in different spaces that are really redistributing power in this information economy, in this attention economy. And that's the kind of thing we do, engaging with quite a range, including governments of different actors that can help us as a collective with this more resilient, solutions-oriented infrastructure, where we know we have to learn and adapt because some of the things we're trying now may or may not work as we navigate together. There is also something about philanthropic risk capital here that is hard for public funding, for example, to do. And so besides this long-term investment in this infrastructure, we're also thinking about the tactics that we could help apply, trying things like litigation to uphold some of the regulations that has been put in place, movement building work that is much more proximate to the ground with the people we work with, and investing in kind of emergent groups and emergent tactics. There is also something that's more than just funding, right? We know that these problems need resources and that we have to grow the field for attention of this in a world that's got a lot of competing kind of polycrises. And it is, rather than competing with those, kind of convening and putting together all the coalitions of people willing to work on this together, essentially for what I said earlier about upholding people's rights and agency. And IFPIM shares so much of that systems change lens, that DNA, and that was why when IFPIM was kind of founded and accepted, we were really delighted to be one of the earliest supporters of this initiative to grow the global infrastructure. And this was a really missing piece that IFPIM brought to this, kind of the coordinated long-term investment in information integrity that focus on low and middle income contexts that we also work very much in. I really need to prevent the erasure of. And the strategy is also to evolve and help the system as we navigate this future.
Thank you so much, Melanie. And I think, to thank you again, that vision really did come to bear. President Macron yesterday was saying that IFPIM and the Forum for Information and Democracy represent kind of the missing infrastructure in the information integrity space that was needed. So I'm glad we're getting there. Luke, Paolo was talking about how multilateralism needs to change. From your perspective, how should multilateral cooperation seek to safeguard information integrity?
Thanks, Nishant. So I think I'll start with another point we all agree on, and that's that multilateralism is indispensable. It is essentially humanity's response to dealing with problems that are too hard for any one single country to tackle, the problems without passports, as Kofi Annan used to call them. And it is an approach of collective action that is we've not found an alternative to. It's also an approach of collective intelligence. We've built an incredibly important corpus of knowledge, but also of international law, both hard law and soft law, that helps us govern the world, and that should help us do so in a way that's just and fair to everyone. Unfortunately, it isn't, because power still finds ways to game the system, but at least the international law is on our side. It also plays a very important role of speaking truth to power, and whether that's the Secretary General who tells leaders into their faces, you're failing, the world is boiling, and we've passed 1.5 degrees, or whether it's Francesca Albanese calling the world to order about genocide in Gaza. This is what we have the UN for, to tell us the hard truth we would otherwise not hear. And then there's a very large framework for international cooperation that we have beyond the UN, even although UNESCO was the first to move on AI and its first recommendation in 21. The OECD that we have in Paris here as well has built a lot of things that we use. The Vilnius Convention of the Council of Europe, discussions at General Assembly, the Security Council, the Human Rights Council, and then also the diplomatic institutions and secretariats that uphold them and that do the very patient work of institutional memory building, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and many others. And then there's, of course, an essential role also for working with other constituencies, with academia, with civil society, track 1, but also track 1.5 and track 2 diplomacy. And I think we have all that, we just need to use it.
Thank you so much. We're running out of time, unfortunately, so we won't get to our last question on the future of journalism, but we'll invite you back to talk more about that. I want to thank our panelists. I learned a lot from this discussion. A few of the things that I learned that really struck me. First of all, Paola talked about how this is an issue that unites the global North and the global South. And that actually leaders from the global South may even have more credibility on this issue because they've lived through it and built resilience. Shiko, I learned from you that AI has more animated references when it comes to LLM training. I mean, the Madagascar giraffe example really stuck with me than it does for true African grounding and training data. Luke, your comments around kind of learned helplessness really struck home, and the need to balance the different types of benefits coming from AI, the different types of human rights that are at risk here. Melanie, the way you framed how philanthropic capital can be really additive to public capital, how it can be used for litigation and other things, how it can be used more flexibly, that's certainly something we've benefited from. Paola, I love the term productive friction. We need to create this productive friction so that there is something to negotiate with. Maybe a very different approach to the one that journalists used 20 years ago when social media came about. But the favorite thing I learned is that the way you explain AI to a pastor is by calling it the Antichrist. Thank you for that, Shiko. I think that's a powerful metaphor. This is the end of today's discussion here on Stage A. I will say that There are some important conferences coming up in the near future on disinformation in Denmark on the 11th and 12th of November. The Danish government and international media support are hosting a conference, the Copenhagen Conference on Information Integrity. Will be there and very much encourage you to as well. Thank you to my panelists and to everyone who joined today.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel titled From Safety to Security, Governing Adversarial Use of AI. I am Océane Herrero. I am a journalist for Politico. I cover tech in Paris. And I will be moderating this discussion, so thank you again. Over the past few years, we've observed a dense international conversation around AI governance and AI risks. As part of this conversation, we kind of focus on AI safety, meaning unintended consequences from the systems. But another one is kind of growing right now, which is AI security, so the malicious uses of AI. From cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns to the potential development of chemical, biological, or nuclear threats, the misuse of AI by hostile actors is no longer a distant scenario. It's becoming a pressing concern. We are now facing complex questions, which are how do we govern these uses of AI? Will it be at the cost of innovation? What are the legal frameworks, technical safeguards, and international collaborations that we need? Today, we are fortunate to be joined by a distinguished panel of experts to dive into this conversation. So thank you all for being here. Welcome, Nicholas Butts. You are Director of AI and Cybersecurity Policy at Microsoft. Thank you, Yoshua Bengio. You are a professor at the University of Montreal and co-president and scientific director at Law Zero. You're also one of the laureates of the Turing Award. Thank you, Jacinda Ardern. You're a former Prime Minister of New Zealand and also the patron of the Christchurch School. Thank you, Robin Gies. You're the director of the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. And to finish, we have Vilas Dar. You're the president of the Patrick G. McGovern Foundation, a philanthropic organization that focuses on AI and its social impact. Let's begin with a round of contributions from our speakers. I will start with Yoshua Bengio. You chair the International Report on AI Safety, so I'll let you open the conversation on the threats that you identify.
Speak to you all, sorry, not realizing. So I want to say a few words about this international report that I've been chairing. It came out of the Bletchley AI Summit in 23, brings together 30 countries, the EU, the OECD, the UN. It's the first of its kind international report that is setting up to inform policymakers with the scientific literature, the scientific results on AI, and specifically what touches the impact of AI in society, the AI risks. There's about 100 experts from around the world that are working on this. We had a first report last February at the Paris Summit, and there will be a new one presented for the India Summit. And the report touches on a lot of the harms, but focuses on those that come out of these larger frontier systems. It talks about harm to individuals through fake content, so deep fakes, fraud. It talks about manipulation of public opinion. AI makes it easier to generate, as you know already, a lot of persuasive content at an unprecedented scale. One thing that is coming up as at least on the radar screen of scientists is not just mass dissemination of content, but also individualized persuasion that there is being studied in labs at least. Of course, there's the issue of cyber that we'll talk more about. What's going on there is, for now, what happens is it just makes it easier for actors who don't have the sufficient expertise to do bad things, so lowering the barrier for malicious actors. Then an issue that is of great concern to national security agencies around the world is biological and chemical attacks. Again, for now, it's mostly a tool that can help people without the right level of expertise, so it's just going to make it easier. And until recently, it wasn't clear whether it would make it easier for malicious actors than them having access to the internet, but more recent studies shows that actually it does. So because things are moving very quickly, the organizers of the report have decided to put out regular updates during the year. We just put out one a few weeks ago that highlights the advances in these general purpose AI systems thanks to reasoning. This has been the biggest change in the technology over the last year, leading to breakthroughs in the competence of these systems in science, in mathematics, for example, winning gold medal level competitions, in software engineering, programming, and the other big thing that has happened this year, of course, is the advances in the autonomous abilities agency of these systems, because there's, of course, a lot of money to be made by automating people's jobs away. And that's going to continue. I think we're just at the beginning of this. We're seeing data showing the planning capabilities, the ability to do more and more complex and longer tasks is growing exponentially fast. So on cyber and other aspects, I think one thing that the report makes very clear is that currently we don't have good defenses. Jailbreaks still work. We don't have the right incentives on companies to work on solutions. And there are many more challenges coming ahead. One of them I'd like to say a few words about is the real possibility of excessive concentration of power in the hands of a few companies and a few countries, which raises all kinds of questions about governance, both inside companies, but also between countries, raises questions about democracy, checks and balances, economic and political domination. So I'd love to continue that discussion with everyone in this panel. Thank you.
To go a bit deeper on the cyber threats, Nicolas Butt, it's something, of course, that you observe. Can you help us identify like how AI intervene in that field?
Sure, very happy to, and hope everyone can hear me good. Pleasure to be with everyone. Thanks, Joshua. I just want to build on that point around cyber. So we are certainly seeing threat actors, unfortunately, experimenting with weaponizing AI. AI is having transformative benefits, positive benefits to society, but unfortunately, attackers also know this. It's very easy for us to identify that. We've published a report recently, a couple weeks ago, a Microsoft Digital Defense Report. It's our annual sort of threat landscape across the board, and it builds on the enormous amount of signals that we see. So Microsoft, every day we have access to 100 trillion telemetry signals. On every given day, just today, we have scanned and blocked more than 5 billion emails for malware and for phishing. So we see this across the board, but it's not just us. MIT published a report a couple weeks ago, highlighted ransomware attacks are now 80% generated by or supported by AI. And we see this across the board. So just a couple of examples here, but before that, I kind of just want to make it real for everyone. How many in this room are using AI now for your work? Raise your hand. How many are using it for research? Raise your hand. How many for writing? Any builders? How many are using it to generate code? Okay, so a couple. Same thing for bad guys. So we see threat actors using AI for reconnaissance. In our report, we have the Microsoft Threat Analysis Center highlights. We've seen a 5x increase in information operation samples from nation-state actors between January 24 and June 25. 5x increase in use of AI to do things like digital cloning of media personalities, improved information operations targeted around conflict. So that's one example. Reconnaissance research like everyone else. The second is writing. Unfortunately, threat actors are using AI to make spear phishing, ransomware attacks, identity theft more effective and at higher scale. So we've actually seen in our report that when threat actors use AI for ransomware, it's 4.5 times more effective. The normal click-through rate for when someone sends a phishing email is 12%. With AI, it's all of a sudden 54%. And we see it also with AI identity theft. It's up 200% year on year. People are using AI to create fake identities to then get access to the system. And then finally on malware and writing code, the same thing. We're not seeing as much use of AI yet to create really sophisticated malware, but the reason is not what you think. It is not because the technology is not there. It is not because the threat actors, whether it's cyber criminal or nation state actors, don't want to use it. It is because good old traditional cyber criminal attacks with less sophisticated access points unfortunately work. We highlight in the report 60% of all breaches are still through things like exposed web servers. People using password for password and gaining access to it. So for us, we see certainly AI enabling threat actors, but we also are reminded that we need to make sure to get the basic cybersecurity bits right too. And then finally, I will just say, just as everyone here in this room shared how you're using AI, the same thing for threat actors. This is why it's so critical that we focus on people. We make sure we commit to build capacity, build skills with people around both security and AI, and particularly in law enforcement, and particularly in national security organizations. AI security is a national security issue. And we need to make sure not just that we get new technologies in the hand of defenders to address it, but also that governance follow along. And that's why it's so important that we have conversations between industry, certainly, and the big players, but also governments and civil society. Ultimately, governments need to regulate it, but civil society usually represents the victims of these attacks.
Thank you for all these elements. That's a lot of things that we will be able to unpack in this conversation. Jacinda Ardern, you work on the proliferation of violent content.
Not personally. I personally don't work on the proliferation of violent content.
Do you see AI as a new form of threat in this area, and or do democracies have any antibody against those types of content, in your opinion?
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to join this esteemed panel today. I can make a lot of assumptions about why I'm a member of this panel, but my primary one is I assume is the patron of the Christchurch Call to Action, which I think is both a symbol of the opportunity, and I think the best way forward around governance in the regulatory space for AI. It is also a warning. It is also a pathway to solutions. On the warning, the Christchurch Call to Action exists because on the 15th of March 2019, a white supremacist opened fire in 2 mosques in New Zealand and took the lives of 51 people. And when he did so, he live streamed that attack for 17 minutes, and it became clear on that day and in that moment that the protections that were required to prevent such a heinous act were not in place. And of course, from research, we know that someone who engages in a violent extremist act does so firstly for some kind of revenge, they secondly do it for infamy, and they thirdly do it for reaction. And platforms at that time, and to a certain extent still are, enablers for so many of those elements of terrorism and violent extremism. So the Christchurch Call was created because we recognised that the New Zealand government alone did not have the regulatory tools necessary to be able to prevent that kind of action happening again. And as a result, we created a call which now has over 130 member organisations, so civil society sitting alongside government, sitting alongside tech companies, each with their own responsibilities. Government needs to regulate where required. Tech companies need to take responsibility for their terms of service and their content moderation, but all of us working together on solutions. As a result of that work, we have a crisis response protocol to these types of actions that did not exist then. And you have not seen the kind of act like the Christchurch Call, Christchurch, where that video was uploaded once a minute, once a second for the first 24 hours after that attack on YouTube. Secondly, we have some really incredibly important tools that have now been developed. One of the things we became aware of is our terrorists self-identified as having been radicalized on YouTube. Now, we know AI is both a preventative tool, potentially, but also could well exacerbate some of those pathways to radicalization. So after many years of working with the tech companies who raise proprietary issues and privacy issues, we've created, in conjunction with Open Mind and with funding from the likes of Microsoft, we've created a Christchurch Call initiative on algorithmic outcomes, which will allow accredited researchers to be able to follow the algorithmic journey of individual users so that we can better understand those pathways to radicalization and the off-ramps. We know that this tool will also be potentially useful, potentially harmful, depending on who can access it. So we're putting in ethical parameters now. So we are therefore a demonstration point of what happens if you do not build guardrails from the outset, because retrofitting guardrails, as we are attempting to do now, is incredibly difficult. So we are a warning, but also an example of what can be created when we work collaboratively together. The final thought, though, that I'd add is that we exist because of crisis, but also consensus. We were all able to agree, even on the issue of, for instance, information integrity, that there was a role for us all to play when the outcome was trying to prevent violent extremism and terrorism. Because it's pretty easy to get everyone to agree that that is a bad thing. But we also exist because of crisis. How do we build the consensus around what the guardrails for AI look like without crisis? Because my concern is, at the moment, we're leaning very heavily into the commercial imperatives. At the moment, you don't see government stepping in where they otherwise might, lest they be seen to be holding back the innovation of their own domestic companies in the race to be the first and to have market dominance. So the imperatives that would usually exist to put pressure on companies to take into account safety and humanity aren't there where they would usually be. So we need a coalition for humanity that does include states who are concerned by these issues, alongside companies who are concerned by these issues, and technologists and civil society. It's the model we have, it's the model I advocate for.
Robin Gace, you work on a very different range of topics, but very important too, which are the making of biological nuclear weapons. Can you explain the role of AI in that field and in the making of those threats?
Sure, happy to do that, and happy to be back in Paris and to be on this esteemed panel. Yeah, I mean, my biggest concern is probably a statement of fact that machine warfare is coming. And machine warfare coming has various facets. One aspect is that increasingly weapon systems are becoming autonomous. And that is a trend that is, you can see it all around the world. You can see it in the war in Ukraine. It is driven by everyday battlefield pressures. Currently, there's remote control drones. But of course, as long as there's a radio link, they are remote controlled. You can hack that link. You can disrupt it, all sorts of interference. Currently, they're operating with fiberglass cables, like with kites. It's a very anachronistic way to do it. It's an interim step to more and more autonomy, so they can fly at night. The radio link cannot be disrupted. So this is coming. It's a concerning trend, because currently we don't really see where any form of self-constraint in this arms race would come from. That's one. The other concern that we really have at the United Nations is that with artificial intelligence coming into military decision-making more and more, the pace of battle will increase. The complexity of the data, the pace of decision necessities, and they crowd out human decision-making, because that would slow it all down. And here again, the question really is, where would some notion of constraint come from in a very contentious geopolitical environment where there's almost zero trust among the big geopolitical players? And then thirdly, the weapons of mass destruction question that you had asked. I mean, it would be a terrible concern, of course, if artificial intelligence was to be integrated into nuclear command and control structures. I don't think anyone can have an appetite to go there. And there have been a lot of statements from nuclear weapon states that they don't want to go there. But what I do see is that in a more hidden way, artificial intelligence will creep into all sorts of decision-making, will support the military in many, many ways. And so silently, it is creeping in. And again, the question is, where is the momentum coming from that we put in some sort of barrier that we don't go there? The last point I would make is maybe on biological weapons. There too is a concern that with large language models now openly available, the entry level could become lower for people, malicious actors, to develop chemical toxins or biological pathogens. I think that's not exactly up on us yet. It is a scenario that we need to take serious. And like Jacinda was just saying, if we could start to be proactive and act on this now, go beyond just awareness raising on this challenge and really think, what is it that we could do to meet this challenge? From our vantage point at the UN, I would say a systematic approach to watch over these technological challenges meeting other types of weapon challenges. That's currently not there. It's very ad hoc. We do it in a zillion different fora, but we're kind of missing the bird's eye perspective and probably some of the bigger trends.
Thank you for all these elements. I'm passing the microphone to Villas-D'Or. We see also in this conversation the rise of the question on open source, open weight models, and whether or not they might amplify those threats by making AI more accessible to actors with bad intentions, let's say. What do you think of this debate? Do you think it's a question that we should raise?
Thanks, Ocean. Go. That's better. I have to tell you, I have some really amazing nieces and nephews. They're beautiful kids. They're really smart. They're curious about the world. And when they were young, sometimes they'd have trouble sleeping. They'd come and tug on my shirt, and they'd say, "Can you come help?" And I'd say, "What's the problem?" And they said, "There's monsters under the bed." I'm sure there's a much more eloquent way to say that in French, but it's a common American trope, right? And we'd spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to get them to sleep, and we'd do two things. The first thing I learned was the best thing you could do was to name the monsters. You had to give them big fluffy tails and floppy ears. You had to make them seem as ridiculous as possible. But you also had to acknowledge that this was a real emotional moment for these kids. They were scared and they couldn't go to sleep. And the second is you had to come up with heroes to take care of those monsters. You had to come up with cops and superheroes and everything else. I'm thinking a lot about that as I sit on this panel, as we think about a broader conversation about AI safety. We've been in a conversation about all the monsters under the bed, all the ways that the model will do something to hurt us. For whatever reason, we've decided that the technology is the problem, that it's the data, it's the bias, it's the algorithms, it's the new capacities that are emerging. But I think we know that the real monsters here aren't technical ones, they're socio-technical ones. Jacinda has given us the frame. These technologies, when they're used by people, create challenges that are much more material and much more scary than what the technologies themselves do. So the conversation about AI safety can't exclusively be a technology one. It has to be one about what institutions we build and whether they're actually responsible for and can support a meaningful response. So that debate comes to the fore all the time around open source, right? We hear all of these scary possibilities of what might happen if we open source the greatest innovations of human history. We hear about distributed risks. We hear about the chance that somebody might use them for bioweapons, for terrorism, but we don't ever dig down to ask the more fundamental question. If open source is all of the things we've talked about, an irreversible possibility that somebody might create something and give it to the world in a way that might create harm, something that can never be put back under control, the reaction can't be the typical human emotional response to say, lock it down, put it in a compliance framework, build voluntary models for private sector companies and how they'll use them. We have to expand to a bigger frame. We have to think about what our new superheroes might be. And to me, that's the institutions of civil society that will create, that guide how these tools can be used, that create frameworks of accountability and responsibility, that create ways to monitor the incidents of what are happening and be able to advise and structure policy at scale. That the debate is not really about open source versus closed source or the dangers of open weight models. They're about whether we have the capacity to innovate our social institutions at the same rate that we're innovating our technologies. I'll make this quite concrete. I'm going to give you a few examples, right? Here in Paris, we've worked with the OECD to build the first AI incidents monitor. It's an observatory that you can go online, and we can begin to track the effects of what's happening with open source adversarial use of AI and cybersecurity across a number of other domains in near real time. With the United Nations, as a part of the high-level advisory body, I called for the creation of an international scientific panel, which is now being constituted. A multi-sectoral dialogue that brings together the private sector and the public, that brings together institutions, technologists, folks who are at the forefront of understanding technological safety, but also understand the human impacts of the tools we build. At the end of the day, we can talk about whether the technologies are safe or not as long as we want. But if we want to have a comforting night's sleep, we have to know that there's somebody out there who's actually taking care of our common human interests, that are addressing issues like violent terrorism and extremism online, not merely as a consortium of incredibly powerful civil society organizations, but as a part of a social mandate that says that AI safety is more about safety than it is about AI. It's more about human institutions than it is about lines of code. And I think that's the possibility that's emerging in the public debate.
All of you emphasized the need to make a discussion happen between the public and the private sector. Are you satisfied by the way this conversation has been led so far? And what would be the right framework to go further in, you said it, a more and more confrontational word in the world of AI? Maybe Joshua, if you want to begin.
Yeah, unfortunately, I and many other commenters of what's going on see many signs of unhealthy competition between the corporations working on AI, developing AI, and also between countries that are trying to compete against each other using AI. And this race for domination, this is what it really is dangerous in so many ways. It's dangerous technically because it means there's going to be an incentive to cut corners. A lot of the risks, the impacts on society, from an economic perspective, there are externalities, right? They are borne by everyone. And so the incentive system for companies to do the right thing are not well aligned. I mean, maybe large companies have a better incentive because they go for the longer term. But if you're especially wearing a more cowboy hat, like many CEOs, you might choose to take risks that are going to involve everyone else. And so I think we have to rethink the idea that it has to be market-driven and geopolitical competition. We have to maybe bring governments more into the fray of how we're going to develop AI. It's not just regulation. It's also investing in the technologies that can help us mitigate the risks. And we also have to think about international agreements, because AI is not limited by national boundaries. I mean, bad actors in one country using an AI that they have stolen or copied, because it was open weight models, can do harm in yet a third country, right? So it can't be something that single country national regulation solves, although harmonizing these regulations is also something that will be very important in that respect.
Nicolas, is there an incentive for private companies to lower safeguards in order to stay in the innovation race? And how do governance can help to solve this potential issue?
I think there is for the companies that want to do the right thing, and like Microsoft recognized that, at the end of the day, our business is built on trust. And so I agree with Joshua, though, that we need to do more to make sure that we incentivize it, to do more to encourage transparency. And let me give you a very specific example that relates to cyber. So as part of last time we had this discussion in Paris in the Action Summit earlier this year, Microsoft released our Frontier Governance Framework. It is our framework for how we governance the release of frontier AI systems. What are some of the high-risk capabilities, many that have already been mentioned today, that we measure for, that we evaluate, and we test pre-deployment to make sure that we don't release anything that potentially could have devastating risks. The challenge specifically on offensive cybersecurity, for example, is the people that are building the systems, they are not national security experts. They don't necessarily understand the complexity, the scale, and the threat landscape of how a terrorist organization, nation-state actors could misuse the systems that they're trying to build. And so when we build our threat models, how do we test it? How do we make sure that the testing is realistic and it represents the risk? And that's where we need the conversation with governments. We need to have a conversation with national security agencies, with law enforcement, to understand the threat, so that when we build those systems, we can build better systems on it. That's the first point. The second point in terms of public-private partnerships, particularly for this, is I agree with Jacinda. I think we had a failure of the last generation of technology where we didn't get the guardrails right up front, and I think we are, frankly, all suffered early. Because if we don't do it early, we're going to have to retroactively again unwangle this. And frankly, the experience from last generation of technology has been too tough on this, and we've seen the devastating results on it. And this is where we need governments. If we don't understand how governments plan to regulate or evaluate some of these regulations, we spend all our time their best, and the ones that don't, gloss over it. And so that's why we need as much harmonized rules as we can and as much incentives around doing good. I'm neither a CEO, I don't look good in a cowboy hat, but I will tell you from a Microsoft perspective, we're certainly trying.
Robin, do you think that this step of evaluation is something that can be bettered by governance, and is that something that you would take into account to counteract the threats that you evoked to considering weapons?
I mean, at our institution, to watch and try to evaluate with limited means as much as we can some of the most concerning developments here. So clearly, we need this more systematic evaluation, and it would be wonderful if states could agree on something more institutionalized, better resourced, and more long-term than what we're trying to complement with our efforts currently. I think, I'm very much with Joshua on what he said, that kind of the arms racing of this 21st century is one for tech dominance. And that means also for us that we're not and no longer just looking at a military dimension of things. The commercial, military, scientific dimensions, they're all intertwined in very complex and difficult to disentangle ways. And I think this is something we need to come to grips with. The classical arms industry that we used to deal with has changed dramatically with all the drones and tech startups that have become involved in this kind of geopolitical endeavor. It's a whole new set of actors that is revolutionizing this industry, being involved in military, geopolitically relevant affairs. So that's something really to recognize. I would also say a more general statement. I don't think we're looking for more superheroes in this world right now. I think we're looking for something more collective and a moral authority that can guide us through all of this complexity. And I think that will be rather found in a collective effort going forward than the concentration of powers that we already see in some parts. So I would like to challenge that.
Vilas, following up on this idea of concentration of power, we talked earlier about the very idea of AI race, and you raised some
heroes is to find moral grounding in the concentration of morality, not technological power. So we're in deep agreement, right? We don't need more individuals, I promise you. We don't need more particularly hubristic men who control technology to come and tell us what the world should look like. Instead, we need absolutely that, the collective response. But the arms race is a fun one, and we're here at the Paris Peace Forum. I've heard it said so many times. I've spent the last couple of years, I've heard this term perniciously enter the public discourse, trying to get anybody to tell me what it is that we're racing towards.
AGI.
On one side, what's that?
AGI.
Well, so this is a common, and this is a good debate, I don't want to take us too far off. That is the most common response. But in a political frame, when you hear heads of state talk about the AI arms race, they're actually talking about something much more fundamental. They're talking about the concentration of economic power and political autonomy.
Yes.
And the AGI conversation is worth its own debate, but let's talk about those for a minute. Let's talk about the fact that nobody can really define to me the nexus between technological advancement and supremacy and what the end of an arms race in AI might look like. It's easy to use it as a political justification to throw hundreds of billions of dollars, human dignity, the collective rights of people, or our common welfare, unless you buy into one single little promise, which is trust us to build all the technologies and we'll fix all your problems for you. It doesn't work for me. Let's instead ask a different question. What are we racing towards? Well, if we think of AI not merely as an outcome, but as a lever for actually creating new solutions to some really fundamental human problems, the race becomes one that's defined more by our collective possibility of defining and governing these tools, our capacity to deploy them at scale against problems that really matter for communities, our ability to bring together public resources in collaboration and cooperation with the private sector to advance these technologies down research pathways that actually lead to real and measurable outcomes for people. It's a fundamentally different frame than one that puts it outperform theirs. It's a fundamentally different approach that centers human dignity and rights. It's not a popular opinion, but I'm sitting here calling for two things. One is a new form of multilateralism that creates new institutions to govern AI, and the second to reframe a technological debate into one about a shared vision of what the future looks like. And if it's unpopular, I think the people in this room might also maybe support it.
I'm turning to Yoshua Bengio. Do you think the conversation should focus, as you said it, on AGI when we talk about this race?
So, you know, call it whatever you want, but the data is very clear that capabilities of AI are on the rise and on some metrics exponentially fast. So, and by the way, it's called jagged. In other words, AIs can be very good at some things and really bad at other things, but it's all going up. And there will be transformative consequences for politics, the economy, national security. We can't just say, let's do the right thing. Yes, I mean, a large part of my research is about AI for good and AI applied in medicine and climate and so on. But I'm worried that it will also be used as a tool of domination. And the people who have the most money and power right now, that is their stated goal. So we can't just hope for the best, and we do need to have multilateral institutions. But what's going to be your lever when the power is not in your hand? I mean, what if the countries that control that power don't care about multilateral institutions? What is going to be, you know, what do we do?
If I may, speaking with my old head as a regulator, an issue of this nature, even if I hold the moral view that we need guardrails to be put in place, certain limitations, checks and balances, what are the tools that I have available to me when it is very easy to present as a point of pressure from those who are developing this technology? Well, if you put those limitations on, then New Zealand will, to use the example, suffer economically as a consequence, because we will either withdraw service or there'll be some kind of limitation to what your domestic population is able to access because you are asking questions that we do not wish to answer or embed into our development. And so that means your level of influence as that individual nation not only is limited, it almost doesn't exist, because actually the way to deal with you is to exclude you. And I say that based on, we've seen the threats that have been used in other areas where we've seen rapid technological advancement, where the end goal is either to be first, or market dominance, or just commercial imperative. And so that lends itself to countries having to work together. But let's not be naive. There are those who just hold greater sway and weight than others. And if, as you say, they are not interested in regulating or not interested in guardrails, where does that lead us? I don't want to be someone who leads us down to a conversation that has no endpoint, though, or no hope attached to it, because I'm an optimist by nature, but in this debate, I'm a pragmatist. I think one of the points of disruption here is to end the idea that it's a zero-sum game, because what governments are being told in particular is you can't have the pros without the cons. So if you try and limit the cons, you won't get any pro. Yoshua has a proposition which challenges that it can be pro-pro. It isn't true that you have to limit your access and diffusion and your economic gain. There are ways to put in these limitations that means that we can have these protections, but also the advancement. So I really lean into the technologists and the experts who are disrupting some of the narratives that regulators are coming up against. And so I don't know, Yoshua, if you want to speak to the notion that this is not a zero-sum game.
Absolutely. Right now, because of the race, because of the commercial pressure, there's not enough effort in developing the sort of thing that I'm working on with a new nonprofit called Law Zero. That is, how do we change, using the same toolbox that exists right now in AI, how do we build systems that will both have technical guardrails, will enable societal guardrails, and will be capable, so will also allow the leverage that you're worried about, I think, economically, If we're prisoners of a few systems, very advanced systems in a few years, then we don't have a voice around the table of these moral questions. But the technology can be developed in the direction that will empower us, allow us to develop AI and be ethical and aligned with our democratic values. It's a false belief. And I would also connect to all of the, I think, incorrect stories about, it's innovation or regulation. I've been part of the, chairing some of the efforts on the Code of Practice for the AI Act. And most of the companies around the world have signed up because really what we're asking is not much more than what they were already doing, at least the good ones. And it's just more transparency and more visibility for the state. So there is a way to regulate in a way that does not impose a burden. It doesn't apply to the startups and the small companies. There's a lot of disinformation about this, which needs to be corrected. But it's part of this bigger idea that we can have systems that are human-aligned and useful for the benefits that many people are seeking from AI.
Nicolas, if you want to...
Yeah, I just wanted to come in because Joshua and I were bonding over, we talked last time about the EU General Purpose AI Code of Practice that Joshua chaired, one of the working groups on security. And I have to say, really led the idea of providing input, not just from industry, but also civil society to help improve it. And I was teasing him last time we met in February. Here are some of the things that we would like to see improve. We're committed to do this. Microsoft signed up ahead of the release to the voluntary code of practice. And I actually have to say, Joshua and the team listened and took the expert interjections and feedback seriously. And I think it got better for it. And I think we're more secure because of that. And I think that's really critical. I think the second bit is, I agree with Robin in terms of the hero side. We need less Batman and we need more K-pop demon hunters. This is a team sport. We're not going to get it right if it's sort of a lone wolf go at it. Microsoft are not going to do it. We're certainly no hero, but we want to be part of a team who are all committed to trust, who are all committed to get this better. I think that's critical.
And having a level playing field for all the companies developing advanced AI, I think is good for companies like Microsoft. But if there is no rules, then it's the bad guys that are winning.
We saw over the past few years international AI summits, the first one in Bletchley Park, focusing on AI safety. Then France hosted the next edition based on, it was the AI Action Summit, so a more positive view on AI, and India is taking a similar path for its summit next year. Is there still a place in the international conversation to talk about the security aspects that we are discussing today? Maybe Vilas, if you have a thought on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Two thoughts. So one, absolutely security is right at the heart of it. But what we've done, I think, in a meaningful way is move the conversation from a very specific view of a form of existential risk and safety to something that's much more grounded in our lived human experience. I think a couple of things that have come out of it. One is the work that we're doing around collaborating with cybersecurity authorities all around the world to bring them together into a mechanism where, as the accelerating adversarial capacity leads to increased attacks, we have more robust forms of information sharing, of algorithmic design and capacity that's being shared among the defensive mechanisms of cybersecurity. I think that'll feature very well at the summit. The second thing I'll say is, and it goes back to some of the comments here, which I wholeheartedly agree with, if you find that you don't have leverage to meaningfully influence the conversation, to me the answer to that has been go figure out how to create it. For us, two of the solutions to that have been, one, creating a new mechanism for public financing capacity to identify and support these alternative pathways we're talking about. From Joshua's nonprofit to the many organizations that are working on this that are generally capital starved. We put $500 million in capital on the table in the last 5 years through the foundation and through consortiums that we're building like Current AI, which was announced at the Paris Summit, an aspiration to turn that into billions of dollars. That's money that'll go into, sure, the typical civil society work of supporting victims and harm, but also to invest deeply in building a new form of capacity around technological creation, to support the creation of low-cost edge models, to build use cases that support public use, to actually invest in security and governance as a function of a public purpose rather than a technological outcome. We have to do that. And in India, I think we'll see that. And the second part of this will be the focus on impact. Again, whoever's hosting, I think the world is moving into one particular direction, which is you can build the most advanced emergent frontier model you want. But if there's not an application layer that translates that capacity into meaningful outcomes, with governance built in, with guardrails built in, with a societally informed focus on what we're actually creating, it's just a model that sits in the cloud and is fun to talk about. The AI Impact Summit in India, I think, will really focus on how we build the social infrastructure of building AI at scale and investing in those applications that connect to direct populations, support their challenges, and give us a sandbox to actually test these ideas about governance in enterprise scale implementation that hopefully can be owned at least partly by public institutions in the public sector.
Robin, you raised an array of issues in your field with AI. Can it be also part of the solution if you want to have a more optimistic view on this?
You know, certainly, I mean, the geopolitical state of affairs is currently rather bleak, but of course the high top-notch security issues have often also been a starting point to revive discussions because there the pressure is the highest. This is existential risks. And, you know, of course it's just my job not to talk so much about the benefits, which are huge, and I would much rather talk about the positive vision we can pursue, but it lies in the nature of my job that we focus on these specific threats. And let me just say on the arms racing, or whatever, we can discuss the term, tech dominance race, there is the AGI dimension of it, that's a big one. There is the general layer of uncertainty around it, that even though this is a room full of high-level experts, none of us is really fully aware of all the developments and scientific things that are currently ongoing. We are all in the sandbox, in a sense. This is a real-time kind of field experience of how AI is going to play out on lots of issues, not just, you know, militarized issues where we focus on. I was reading this morning that millions of people share psychological issues, medical issues with ChatGPT. Where is that going to lead us? It's just another facet of a very, very big debate. But I give you one very hands-on example for arms racing. I go to panels around the world, obviously, with this job. And what I've heard very often is that people from all walks of life will say, well, even if we could agree to stop the integration of AI into military operations, let's say at level 5. In the current polarized world, we just fear the enemy will go to level 6 and will outpace us. Therefore, we're not stopping at level 5. And that means currently everyone is in a kind of mindset to go all in and all out. And this is what I meant when I said, where is this speed bump self-restraint going to come from? You know, just one more point. Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions, right after the Second World War, it says Geneva Conventions have to be respected in all circumstances. And the great achievement there was, it meant even if the enemy goes much lower, you stick to the Geneva Conventions. And this fundamental insight, very basic insight, that seems to be increasingly lost, and we're very tech-driven in this sense.
I want to follow up on what you're saying because I'm very worried that as AI becomes more, capable intellectually, it's going to give a lot of power, including military power, to those who control it. And so this race is, as I said, very dangerous. So you might ask, so what, is there any hope? And so long as AI is used as a dominance tool, and we ignore the catastrophic risks that could come from it, then there's no escape. But if the leading governments in charge of the most advanced AI systems understand the catastrophic risks, the terrorists, the loss of control, where we're all in the same boat, right? So it doesn't matter if you're Chinese or American. If somebody releases a new pandemic that kills 1 billion people, we all lose, right? And so once these governments understand the level of threat, the only option is, okay, so we don't trust each other, but we also need to find a way to avoid these things. And I think there are ways to avoid these things, and it's going to become a multilateral discussion.
Just to climb in there. Back to that, the original foundation for the work that we did in the Christchurch call, again, crisis and consensus. I think we make a big assumption when we talk about the polarized world we're in, which undoubtedly we are, and which is undoubtedly disrupting multilateral infrastructure that we've relied upon for decades. But I do think we are making a little bit of an assumption that polarization means that the commercial imperatives and the race means that we are foregoing that conversation that potentially may be able to have about protecting our shared humanity, about removing some of the existential threat that exists with this rapid technological development. When actually there will be, I am sure, consensus, surely, around ensuring future pandemics aren't enabled, that we don't lose control over nuclear weaponry, that there will be some shared view that, hey, that's not in the interests of China and it's not in the interests of the United States either. So rather than making these assumptions, I do think that that conversation needs to be had. I think it needs to be the starting point for some of the, yes, it is at that higher level, and we actually need guardrails coming all the way down through the system, but at least it would be a starting point for conversation. I say that coming from a nation who has never been a fan of the tool of mutually reassured destruction. You know, we've never viewed the fact that we're all safer if we all just happen to have our finger on a nuclear weapon. I don't think that should be the frame and mindset here in this space, but let's not make the assumption that the conversation can't be had. I hear sometimes I'm not accusing you of doing that, by the way. I think that there are some policymakers that make it. I hear that there are, at some level, these discussions being had. I think there needs to be more of it, and I think it needs to be endorsed at leader level.
We have a few minutes for questions from the public. So some microphones will be circulated if you want to raise your hands to if you have questions, and we will just take questions and not remarks, please.
You hear me? Okay. Thank you very much for your intervention. We often talk about the brutalization of war, maybe the AI, maybe a turning point of it. Do you think the use of AI, the misuse of AI could induce a brutalization and a dehumanization of warfare and also international and internal affairs? Thank you very much.
I think that's for you, Orbin.
I mean, just to say, we talk so much about new technologies. We're seeing mass violence against civilians from very crude old technologies in many places in this world currently, which is the most acute concern probably in that regard. But of course, you know, abuses, misuses of AI could lead in that direction in the long term. But also currently, you know, I'm more concerned of new technology meets kind of old technology. This is what is probably much more imminent, that we see commercially available drones, but they're dropping explosives, which is a rather crude way of going about in warfare. We could in the future, I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but you ask for it, we could see agricultural spraying drones being misused to spray all sorts of chemical toxins. This, you know, is not rocket science and not so far away as some of the abuses of AI in the future, probably.
Another question?
I have the mic.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Interesting conversation. My biggest one is I've not heard the conversation towards the Global South, the Global South, which is the largest part of our globe. Yeah, I mean, Professor Joshua, we are evaluating some of your work. Last we've seen some of your work, but I'd love to hear. Yes, a lot of Global South moderators are looking at this content and training models, but when you flip it, what is the lack of Global South interaction or contribution to this conversation, meaning to what he's just said, weaponization of AI? Do our governments actually understand this? What are we doing towards that? Thank you.
Either of you, if you want to begin.
I mean, I'm happy to jump in. A couple of things. So one is much of our work is about the Global South, as you well know, right? And what that means is building this alternate view of technological capacity that sits outside of the traditionally dominant markets. I think in many of my answers today, I've been surprised. I think maybe I sound like the optimist in the room. I'll always own the title. I love being an optimist. But my life's work has been turning optimism into practice. When we think about the Global South, we know the incredible capacity that exists there already. The talent base, the incredible innovation. What's missing is in many ways because of tightly held control, access to the fundamental and foundational resources required to build a meaningful AI capacity. There are two ways to handle that. One is through the work of policy and multilateralism of regulators to break open some of those constructs and let people have access. There, I'll be honest with you, I don't have much hope. The second is to build that capacity at scale by moving resources in, to do things like the work of UNESCO that has built the readiness assessment methodology in 80 countries around the world to work with governments to build that very capacity you described, to make sure the governments know what's happening, they know what their plans can be, and they know how to invest in public infrastructure that lets people come forward and innovate for scale. The second is the idea of transforming the conversation about AI from continuing to invest in the best and most brilliant model to the application layer that transforms people's lives. And you've heard me talk about that a little bit today. To move public capital and resources to build that innovation ecosystem at scale. And the third, and I know, Shiko, you're a champion for this, as so many in this room are, the fact that we have panels like this that continually exist that are primarily global north actors from large companies and large institutions who have fiscal capital and very little in the way of actually opening up the table to bring that voice into these conversations. That's a common commitment we can make to change the way those conversations happen.
Can I come at it this again from the perspective, I guess, of having tried to create an institution and a framework that thinks about how we disperse decision-making more evenly and influence more evenly. Because every time I hear the conversation about AI in the Global South, it tends to be from the point of diffusion and how do we ensure equitable access to the benefits of AI. I'm interested in how we spread equitable access to power, influence, and decision-making. And we absolutely do not have that presently. So that's why I'm really interested in how we build decision-making bodies and the ability for, governments to actually make decisions in the interests of their citizens in a way that they can't do now. Actually, even if you wanted to put in a layer of protection or expectation that, AI be deployed in your nation in a particular way, you can't. Not readily. And so I'm interested again in how do we apply the mindset of those multilateral institutions to allow power and decision making into the Global South on these tools as well.
I want to add something to this. What are the levers of the Global South, right? In this world where AI might be used as a tool of dominance, right? Besides being the victim. And if we go back to the scenario I was talking about, where, say, the US and China understand that the stakes are very high if they don't agree on something to manage globally those risks. Well, globally means it's not just the US and China's companies that have to follow some rules. They will also want to make sure that every country on Earth, just like we do for nuclear, is not being reckless about AI. And then these other countries who don't own these big models, well, they can say yes or no, right? And that's a card that is actually important, not right now, but will be if AI continues to grow in its capabilities. And the exchange here is, yes, we'll do the right moral things with AI, we'll regulate whatever is needed, but we also want to have a voice in how AI is developed. We want to be part of the decision process. We want access to the benefits, to the scientific advances in medicine and climate and everything else that is promised. We want to make sure AI is not just developed for this commercial competition, but also for the benefit of all of humanity.
If I may take the lesson, let's take the lesson of nuclear weapons, predominantly held by the Global North, predominantly tested in the Global South. I think we would do well to remember that.
if you want to add a...
Yeah, I just thank you for raising that point and bringing that perspective. I think it's really critical, and I agree with Jacinda and Joshua. Actually, Microsoft have done some work with Unidir to try to bring more voices from Global South into the conversation, specifically around use of AI for security and national security responsibly. And I think the second point I would make is also we need to make sure that the basics are there, that we have energy to support it, that we have telco infrastructure to support the conversation around AI and not just go immediate to the highest end use. But I also think AI, and I want to end on a positive note, has a lot of potential here to do this. Two specific examples. So the majority of cybersecurity attacks that have devastating impact, particularly in the global south, are around fraud and are around critical infrastructure. And they are particularly using known unpatched vulnerabilities in open source software and operational technology. AI has tremendous potential to change that, to identify, remediate those vulnerabilities and do that at a very low cost. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to continue to have those conversations. We need to have more voices on this. So like for us, this has been a pleasure to have the conversation with all of you. I appreciate the question. I appreciate the perspectives. Know that we remain committed to engaging as many and as diverse voices around this. And I agree, not just in the how can we accelerate AI diffusion with vision and caution, but also make sure that we have debates around who gets to be in the room for those decisions. Thank you.
We'll take one last very short question, please.
Voilà. Je vais poser ma question en français.
I'd like to ask my question in French. Last week, there was a call signed by 25 leaders in the world, including the creators of AI. They called for stopping super AI, until which point we have agreed on the rules around this super intelligence. So I'm wondering, is it possible to stop this race in its tracks? And can we really agree on common rules?
So maybe I'll say a few words. So first of all, superintelligence isn't around the corner, right? We're talking about if AI capabilities continue on their current path, in some number of years, maybe decades, we don't know, we would be building machines that are substantially smarter than us in many ways. And that creates so many unknowns and risks that the right thing to do, and just like every human's interest should be to make sure that we manage those risks, that we try to get the benefits, and we don't do crazy stuff that risks everyone's future. But of course, that's not going to happen in the current political, say, frame. And so we have to start that conversation now. Even if it is about something in 10 years from now, we need to start a conversation. We need to make sure that the leaders of countries around the world understand that we're not talking about the current AI. We're talking about something that's hypothetical, but that even if it was only a 1% chance that it would be achieved, could be highly destructive or highly useful, but at a scale that we don't even imagine for the most part right now. So that's it. It's about we need a consensus both scientifically and in terms of social acceptance of exactly what we do, how we do it, so that we don't, risk our future stupidly.
But the way that we get there, Joshua, is that we build it on stepping stones day by day, right? Like the conversation around AGI is challenging, is interesting. We are certainly part of it. But for me, very real threat actors are using AI today. There are communities that are not part of the conversation today. And so for me, in terms of focus, taking a pragmatic approach is trying our best to solve those step by step, and then hopefully that will build the capacity for the important work that's been done to solve the really thorny issues as well.
Thank you so much for all your inputs in this great panel. Time is running out, so thank you all for listening, and have a good day.
rejoindre en situation d'urgence.
Parfait.
Well then.
When you speak, you will hear yourself on the headphones, but not in the speaker.
Très bien.
But it's working. Ça fonctionne.
Je peux?
Oui.
Can we start? Gilles, t'attends. Très bien. Bonjour à toutes
Very well.
et à tous.
Good afternoon,
4 years
ladies
ago,
and gents.
the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet was launched with a simple but powerful idea. That if we truly want to end energy poverty and accelerate the green transition, we must bring everyone to the table. Governments, philanthropies, development banks, and the private sector. Since then, the Global Energy Alliance has become a real driving force, investing in renewable energy solutions that are not just clean, but inclusive and transformative. Because energy access is not only about light, it is about livelihoods. It's about powering schools, hospitals, farmers, and small business. It's about giving people and nation the ability to shape their own future. Today, through Mission 300, the ambition is bold to connect 300 million people across Africa, turning commitments into connections and partnership into power. This is not just about technology or finance, it's about leadership, it is about ownership and delivery. So today let's explore together with my speakers how we can build on this momentum, how we can align ambition, finance and innovation to deliver renewable energy for all. And I'm going to start from Agnès. I would like to turn to you, Agnès, as CEO of the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. And please, could you give us the big picture, the vision, the mission, the objectives of the Alliance? What makes this initiative and that of the story different from all the others, from the traditional approaches to energy access, and what is so critical right now? Please.
Thank you very much, and it's really an amazing opportunity to address all of you. I'm very pleased to be here, and to really answer your question, we were launched with a vision that we want to work for a world where everyone has access to affordable, reliable, clean energy. And not only that, we want to work for a world where everyone has the means to use that energy to improve their lives. That is our vision. We were launched at the Glasgow COP with really a very, very ambitious goal. And the goal is threefold. First, we want to reach 1 billion people with clean, affordable, reliable energy. Second, we want to prevent 4 billion tons of carbon emissions. And third, we want to create or improve 150 million jobs, because we do believe that energy is a driver of economic growth and of job growth all throughout the world. In summary, we believe that changing energy changes lives. And that is the theme that we have been sticking to for the last 3 years. We've made really good progress, but I have to say that we've made that progress not just on our own. We've made that progress through very deliberate partnerships of the 4 type of actors that you mentioned, of private sector, of governments, of development banks and development finance institutions, and of philanthropy. This is, the theme of the Paris Peace Forum is new coalitions. And those are the kind of coalitions that we really need. And we were really formed in order to form those coalitions so that actors who maybe normally would not be working together can come together and can really deploy their programs alongside of each other to complement each other and achieve higher objectives. Why is this important? This is important because over 700 million people in the world do not have access to energy, to electricity, and billions more have access to unreliable, sporadic energy. That is not a good way of running a business. That is not a good way of powering a school. That is not a good way of improving supply chains and creating jobs. So we really need to lean into this and make sure that we're all working towards making energy as a driver of economic growth. And to date, we have been able to, first, we're on track to connect 90 million people to renewable energy. Second, we're on track to deliver, I forget how many jobs. Lauren, you probably have the number. 1.5 million jobs, which is still a drop in the bucket against the 150 million target that we have. And finally, we are really, really focused on how do we catalyze more. So how does every dollar that we spend catalyze more capital towards the same topics? And we have been able to achieve catalyzation of 15 times. So for every dollar that we put in a project, we bring others who put in $15 more. And I think that's a very good way of thinking about partnerships and thinking about what we could do differently, including with the private sector, including with local governments, to really move the needle on access to energy and with that access to economic growth.
Thank you very much, Agnès, for this full picture. And let's go to a very beautiful country that, as a French minister, I spent some days in your country, Minister. Dear Samuel, Minister of Ghana, Foreign Affairs. So, your country has been a front runner in expanding energy access across Africa, combining hydro, gas, and renewable sources as solar. Based on your country's experience, what are, my dear Minister, the key lessons that should inform how partnership like Mission 300 and this new collaboration with the Global Energy Alliance can deliver faster and more inclusive energy across the African nation?
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And I'd like to commend the Global Energy Alliance for what they do. For the government of Ghana, we see the issue of providing affordable, clean, and sustainable energy as a right. It's not a privilege. And it is about human dignity. It is about empowering citizens. Because without energy, there will be no jobs. Without energy, livelihoods cannot improve. Without energy, education is affected, health is affected, agriculture is affected, because irrigation systems will require energy to power those systems to lead to the necessary food security that our people require. So this is a cross-cutting issue, and we see it as integral to the development of our country. And we are also conscious of the fact that the 700 million people without electricity in the world, unfortunately for us, the vast majority, about 600 million out of that number, are in our region, in sub-Saharan Africa. And so we want to continue to be a model so that our neighbors can learn from us. And that's why we are proud to be a leader when it comes to access to energy. We are currently doing 89%, which is one of the highest on the continent. And if you do a breakdown of that, you see that in terms of urban Ghana, we've almost achieved 100%. Our challenge now is rural Ghana, where we are doing about 77%. But we've rolled out a number of self-help electrification projects. We call it SHELP, which we are using to accelerate. And our target is that by 2030, in the next 5 years, we should achieve 100%. And we have also rolled out a new intervention to target those who are off-grid, the island communities. So we have new great projects we have started so that we can bring on board the hard-to-reach, those who are in the island communities where they have been struggling to be connected to the grid. The experience that Ghana has over the years with these high numbers is that we have noticed that new coalitions work, corporations work. So if you look at our energy projects, we have the Global Energy Alliance. We are in strong partnership with them. We have the Solar Alliance, very strong partnership. And then we also have a strong partnership with the Africa Development Bank, which is powering a lot of our initiatives. And then we have bilateral arrangements, for example, with South Korea, for example. And we are rolling out a number of solar interventions with the South Korean partnership. So we are very open. I think that our foreign policy, which makes us friends of all, enemies to none, has always helped because we are open to the Global Energy Alliance, we are open to the Solar Alliance that the Indians spearheaded under Prime Minister Modi. We are open to other South-South cooperation, South-North cooperation. With the EU as well, we have quite a good number of electricity projects that they are helping us and the World Bank, the Bretton Woods. So I think that foreign policy helps. It's also driving, and so many more countries and corporations feel able to deal with us. And a key lesson there is that it's good to open up, it's good to be friendly, and it is also good to maintain cordial relations with everybody. We are also leading on the West Africa Power Pool project so that we can help our neighbors. Already we are exporting electricity to countries like Benin, Togo, Burkina Faso, and we want to continue to be a leader in the sub-region. Currently, we have an ambitious target that by 2030, we are not doing too well with renewable energy. Renewable energy is just about 4% of our mix. Thermal is 68%, hydro is 38%. So renewable energy has to go up. So our target is that by 2030, we want to get to 10% at the minimum. And then as we progress between 2010 and 2020, we want to come up to about 30%, because that is the future when we talk about green energy. And I'm also happy to note that we are helping a lot of our women in the rural parts of our country learn how to use the liquefied petroleum gas, green cooking solutions. And that's an area we have not been doing too well, but we have another ambitious target. We are currently in rural Ghana doing 30% in terms of women who have access to green cooking technologies. We want to get to 50% by 2030. And President Mahama has been leading the charge very ambitiously to meet all of these targets that we have set. So these are some of the lessons we can share with our neighbors in the sub-region, where access to electricity is such a challenge. Over 600 million people go to bed in darkness every day. And we see it as a human rights issue, which has to change.
Thank you very much, Minister. You said exactly it's question of human right and human dignity. And at the end of the story, I understand that is a diplomatic issue, the access of energy. And in this fragmented world, we can work building coalition on this issue. And so you give me the opportunity now to turn to Laurence Tubiana. My dear Laurence, you were one of the key architects of the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, and you are still on the front line for this new COP in Belém. Today, as we look at how to accelerate energy access and the just transition, what role do you see for philanthropy, not just as a funder, but as a catalyst for innovation, partnership, and systemic change in the energy transition? Please.
Thank you, Chrysoula, and very interesting to hear the experience and leadership of Ghana. It's really remarkable, so congratulations for what you do. I think in COP28 in Dubai, all the countries commit to triple the renewable energy production and to double the energy efficiency by 2030. At COP30 in Belém, we will check where we are. Are we advancing enough? With, of course, all the advantage we see now in the access to electricity, clean electricity, because, of course, of falling prices, more investment coming. So this is a positive element. The negative element is exactly why maybe philanthropy can help, is that we need first, in a way, there is an advocacy role, which is to convince government that you can combine energies and that renewable energy is not a problem per se because of intermittency. And you can have a lot of innovation in storage, for example, which is now cheaper and cheaper, that can allow for this system to develop. And of course, in many countries, the idea that the global grid of the country, including, of course, with interconnected other countries, is still to be developed, because it's a huge investment. Then you can see that how smaller installation of electricity, as you mentioned, in the islands of energy in Ghana is, I think, a very promising view. I was absolutely fascinated to see how Pakistan went from 4% to 14% in very, very short time, most because citizens of Pakistan just decide to create their own networks and their own production of electricity. So advocacy is important, and making now, in this particular moment, I think philanthropy has to support the idea we need to invest heavily in grids to allow people to have electricity everywhere, as you were mentioning, Minister. The second element is this just transition element. I think philanthropy can help on the finance. That will be my last point. But we need to understand that, and of course, being a COP on climate, and you know that, of course, what I'm doing every day, we need to demonstrate that there is a benefit for citizens to have climate policy and climate action, that the decarbonization of the economy is not against the people. It will create jobs. Now, most of the jobs in the energy sector, most of them, 80% of them, are created in renewable energy and not in the fossil fuel sector, which is, of course, so concentrated. So just transition means that we have to help. Of course, there were people invested in the fossil fuel sector, on the gas production, coal production. Look at South Africa, which for them it's really a big issue to transfer all these people working around the coal thermal plant and the coal mines just to other activities. I think that philanthropy can help put people at the center, and that's absolutely central. And finally, I think more and more we try with philanthropy to insist on the financial mechanism, where philanthropy can take part of the risks, combined with public money and combined with, of course, private capital. And I think we have to really keep our role to call for attention. There is no reason that so many countries face premium to borrow on the international markets because their risks are over-evaluated by the rating agency. So we need to really demonstrate that countries are doing really a big effort, and we'll see that in their national determined contribution that has to be presented at COP, and that now the world should be more trustful of them. I think the premium paid, even by big countries and even more by small countries facing debt, sustainability of their debt, is really a major element, a major obstacle for access to energy investment. So we should consider that green investment should not be counted as debt, as investment for the future, and not only for the country itself, but for the world. So I think that all the role we could do, we have really permanently to remind that our future is determined with the action and what every country will do, and we should be having solidarity between us to do that. So at least that's what I think for that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Laurence. Et c'est aussi pas seulement une question de, je pense, de solidarité.
Well, thank you, Lawrence. It's not only a question of solidarity, to be honest. It's also responsibility on the part of philanthropy. They have this responsibility regarding mankind. I'd like to move to another African country, if I may. It's a country dear to my heart, a great francophone, French-speaking country. This is why I'm speaking English. The RDC, and we have with us
ministère des Ressources hydrauliques et de l'électricité, Monsieur
Tumawaku and Subu.
William, c'est plus facile,
William. I'll just call you William.
Sir William,
working in the field of energy at the ministry level.
The
RDC has an amazing potential in the way of renewable energy. The Congo River, which I crossed myself, the forests, this hydraulic power, also hydraulic potential. The RDC this can be a solution for the country itself, but for wider Africa. And yet, there are a million people in the DRC who don't have access to electricity. So what I wanted to know, William, is what your vision is. What is your government's vision is to tap into this huge potential to ensure universal access to energy. And second question, which is essential, I know your minister signed an MOU with the Global Alliance. So I would like to know what this partnership means to you. What opportunities does that represent for the men and women of your country? Thank you very much. In DRC, well, I'd like to mention the points raised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ghana. Our figures in DRC are not as amazing, as spotless as that of Ghana. We're far, far away from Ghana. And this is a paradox because DRC has huge potential, more than 100 gigawatt of electricity potential. This is unmatched in the world. We have resources that are untapped. Only 21% on average has access to electricity, and in rural regions it's below 2%. So this is a paradox, and the President of the Republic, facing this paradox, has made a commitment he wants to tap into these resources and hydraulic potential. This is part and parcel of modernization in our country. Hydroelectricity should allow our citizens to benefit from new fiscal resources, because thanks to this potential, we can sell, as you said earlier, we can sell energy to many African regions. We can also sell energy to most of Africa, really. The second priority in our plan is that in the financial structure, decarbonization should be added on top of that, because when we say only 1% of the rural population has access to electricity, the remainder is participates in deforestation, and we're seeing how to quantify this decarbonization so that we can make more efforts in this way. The minister has made a clear commitment based on the president's plan on sustainability. We are making a lot of efforts. DRC has some issues, as you know. We've become electricity importers. As you know, we are struggling to satisfy the needs for the mines in the south, so we're forced to import electricity. Yet, when we exited the colonial period, we exported electricity at the time. So it is high time that the modus operandi changed, and this is the reason we're doing this. And this is the reason, again, we signed, to answer your second question, this memorandum with Global Energy. Why? Because we need this organization. We want to achieve a paradigm shift. We want to work with entities that are experts, specialized. We want to work with the best in class. We know that this is an oligopoly. It's not a market that's open to everyone. And we receive the interest of many people. We attract global attention, and we're very happy to sign with them because they have a philanthropic approach. And we believe that on the long term, we will benefit more from this partnership, as some people look to us only for capitalistic reasons. We need this technical support, the power of networks, to try to garner funding. We only have 4 years left to meet our commitments, that is 37 billion invested. So we have 4 years left, on average a little more than 8 billion per year to achieve the M300 goal. So this is what I wanted to say. We are working hard, we're pulling out all stops to achieve a paradigm shift, to generate electricity, as some said this morning, to make electricity into a driver of development, because we firmly believe in this. We want to exit the old way of thinking and enter the new way of thinking, that of development.
Thank
you very much, and congratulations for this new partnership that you've just signed. You also said something extremely important, and that was to succeed, there is often something we forget, and that is coordination. Now, the word coordination amongst the various stakeholders, and we know that given the size of Congo, we need the private sector. And that's why I'm now going to turn to our other panelist, Gilles. Now, Gilles,
Schneider Electric operates in over 100 countries and understand what it takes to deliver reliable energy infrastructure in lower and middle income countries. What role must the private sector play in advancing energy access, and what do you need from government and the development partners to unlock investments at scale?
Thank you. First, I'm very happy to be with you this afternoon and to be in this Paris Peace Forum. We were here with the private sector at the beginning of this experience 70 years ago, and I think it's very important. Since it's early afternoon, we can make a joke. First, I'm the representative of the private sector. I hope that I'm not the representative of the Caïman. First thing. Second thing, it's very interesting when we have in such type of discussion. Each time, someone, you, and I know that it's positive manner, you said, including the private sector. It's very interesting because it's the thing that we have in mind that it's not natural to have private sector in this discussion. We need to say, oh, we have a round table, including at the end the private sector. But the topic that we face today, for me, it's a topic of 1, responsibility, 2, innovation, and 3, skills. Responsibility. For Schneider Electric, in 2008, when we were at the beginning of the sustainability journey, we had the vision that it's not possible to be at the top level in the middle of all the big worldwide companies, very well known in responsibility and sustainability, if we are not committed to tackle one of the major issues, which is the just transition and the fact that everybody needs to have access to electricity. Life is on. When we use this word, it's to understand that everybody needs to have access to electricity and to digital. All the people who are here, we have access to electricity and digital. If we continue to consider that we can be in the sustainable dynamic, if we don't spend money to contribute for that, it's not totally sustainable. First thing. Second thing, innovation. I will be paradoxical in this topic. Because between 2008 and now, it's a long, long journey with a lot of innovations. Just to have in mind, solar energy was 15 times more expensive 15 years ago than today. The game was very, very different. Renewable energy was very different. Today, solar energy is half of the new additional capacity in electricity around the world. The solutions are not the same. The price is not the same. We cannot speak about access to electricity, unlock development today in 2016 in the same manner than 20 years ago. First thing. Third topic, skills. To be precise, in Africa, and more or less in India too, but for different reasons everywhere around the world, but I come back to Africa, we have enough electricians, enough people with skills in electricity, if we would like to electrify 20% of Africa. If we want to electrify more people in Africa, yes, we need more money. Yes, we need to have more commitment for the state. Yes, we need more commitment for the companies. But we need more skills locally. And for me, it's the first brick. It's not the topic that we have to speak after. If we don't have people with the skills in electricity, solar energy and so on enough, never we can implement in the countryside electricity. I was in Senegal 6 months ago. In the middle of, close to Mali, in some villages. I was discussing with someone the electrician in the village where we implemented 10 mini-grids for 10 villages. My discussion with the guy, he was 25, he asked me, do you know that I have to stay here or to go in Dakar to be electrician in Dakar? Sure. He has to go in Dakar because the lack of electrician in Dakar is big, and for us it's better. If we would like to have electricity everywhere, we need to have enough people, men or women, with the skills of that, and certainly the first responsibility on public sector and private sector is to build schools, to transfer skills, and to have people who are considering that it's because they are contributing to access to electricity, they will build their own life and contribute to the prosperity of the community. That is, for me, the first topic that never we put on the table, because we all agree about that, and because we all agree, we put that in another discussion. It's the first discussion for me, and when we have to speak about philanthropy, for me, it's more to disseminate skills than to pay new solutions. To pay new solutions, we have to have a better agreement between public sector and private sector to pay OPEX, CAPEX in a new manner. Today we have mini-grid. In Schneider Electric, we implement a new mini-grid. The name is Start Climate Village. First, to contribute to have water for agriculture, which is just key today, especially for Africa, because we need to have food. And secondly, to have electricity for everybody. I was in Congo 6 months ago to build a partnership between Schneider Electric and a big bank from Kenya, Equity, which is very involved and very active in Congo, because one of the big questions that we face is how do we provide the last mile? How are we active in the villages? Such type of bank have agency everywhere around the world for microfinance and so on, and we try to have a new model to use the people from this bank to disseminate solar home system, lantern, sometimes other solution, but just we need to think together, private and public sector, the solution for tomorrow. Second thing, we need to build coalition with different actors. In private sector, for example, here, a bank and a company, in order to find the best way to provide the last mile, to go close to the community. But last but not least, I reinforce that because I know that is not the speech that I had prepared. We need all together to have a big, ambitious program to disseminate skills.
Merci. Thank you very much, Gilles. And we have just 1 minute for each. I'd like to ask you, Minister, cross-ministerial coordination we need. And I'd like to ask you, what is your reform, the policy reforms that we have to do, or in the Africa continent, what do you see essential? Because, of course, the skills is depending also on the demand. So can you have 1 minute?
Well, in 1 minute, I'll say that cross-ministerial coordination is important. The whole government must accept that you need energy empowerment to succeed. Your agriculture, your education, your health, your foreign policy, water supply systems. So that's the understanding we have. That is why we are establishing currently a renewable energy authority. The law is ready. We are sending it to Parliament in the next few weeks. We are doing all of this, bringing everybody on board so that...
Including university?
Including university, academia, the private sector, and then, as I said earlier, our international partners. So you have to have a grand coalition where everybody understands that this is the president's priority. That's why the president's targets are known. We know where we want to reach in 2030, and then every institution knows their contribution that they must make. Foreign ministry knows the facilitation we must carry out for our international partners to come on board. The Ministry of Education, for example, we've announced that all public educational institutions must go solar by 2030. And so they are working towards that. The Ministry of Agri knows what they must do so that our irrigation systems must go solar by 2030. Public health institutions are also going solar, and all of them will be taken off-grid by 2030. So the Ministry of Health knows what they must do. And then I also want to emphasize innovation. We are trying a new concept, the first in Africa, where we are piloting solar systems. We're calling it a hybrid system. So we have solar panels we are placing on our dams to enhance the capacity, of our dams. And also what that does is that you don't need to go spend so much money acquiring land, because you know that solar systems require a lot of land. But using the dam that we have across the Volta Lake all the way from the south to the northern part of our country, and we are piloting it in the Bui Dam area. And so far, it is boosting our capacity, which currently is around 5,400 megawatts. So such innovation helps, and I think that with innovation and coordination externally and internally within governmental institutions, you are able to reach key targets. But it's all about leadership, understanding the president's vision, and then all of us as ministers working to achieve that vision.
Merci beaucoup. And the key word,
thank you very much.
President Laurent Fabius yesterday said, maybe the word innovation will be a key word in Belém. So, Laurence, in 45 seconds, many of the people, they try all these years to put that the climate goals against development. But innovation can make the difference. So what do you believe about that?
First, it's just a dream. It's irrational to put development against climate change, because without tackling climate change, you can't have development, you can't have alleviation of poverty. And yes, innovation, like we have been discussing, are the solution to get at the same time access for the essential elements to have a good life, and alleviation of poverty, and at the same time. So I hope now, from now to the future, we'll never more oppose the two, because it's really totally irrational.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
I'd like
Agnes,
also to ask you in this minute that you have, with the Global Alliance, how you can, how every investment can be translated into economic opportunity and local prosperity.
Thank you for that question, because I think it's probably the key question. In the next decade, 1.2 billion young people will enter the workforce in the emerging markets. Only 30% of them will find jobs. So I do agree that we need skilling, because the actual clean energy and the energy industry chain itself can create jobs, but we need to create jobs in the economies where we're providing energy. So, for example, agriculture. And just to take a minute to speak about how we're hoping philanthropy will catalyze that in the DRC. So first, we're helping build, under Mission 300, the capacity of local governments, including in the DRC, to own their own energy transition and to actually deliver not only energy connections, but economic growth. We're looking at how do we provide pipeline of investable opportunities for the private sector. For example, we're providing technical assistance to distributed renewable energy developers so that more mini grids can be built in the DRC. We're doing this in partnership with the government under the Moenda Fund and in partnership with the World Bank. But the seed money is really coming from philanthropy, from the Bezos Earth Fund. The money for the CDMU, for the country delivery unit in DRC, is coming from the Rockefeller Foundation. And lastly, we really need to lean in on this economic opportunity. So we're hoping to catalyze money that we have from other foundations we work with, IKEA Foundation, MasterCard Foundation, to, for example, distribute productive use equipment to women who can do rice milling, or who, for example, can use refrigeration to preserve fish so that they can increase their incomes. So it's basic solutions that lead to more income for those communities. And I agree on training electricians, but we really need to also lean in. Where's the economic growth coming from, and how do we use energy as an economic engine to really accelerate that economic growth?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Cher William.
Now, dear William.
c'est une question alors de coordination.
So it's a question of coordination.
La RDC, c'est un énorme pays.
The DRC is a huge country. So I'd like to know, now that you have just started this new partnership with the Global Energy Alliance,
c'est quoi le temps que vous donnez? Ça veut dire c'est quoi votre timing? Comment vous pouvez accélérer? Parce que
what is the timeline that you see, and how can we speed things up? Because I think that that's what is required, acceleration. And then also with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ghana, for example, it might be a great initiative to share experiences from the same continent facing the same challenges. So how do you envisage this collaboration?
La collaboration avec Global Alliance.
The collaboration with Global Alliance means that the future is positive. Why? So we need to demonstrate efficiency in the project that we call FAMOYA. We've seen how quickly this was able to thrive. And we have been able to raise funds exponentially. We've signed a contract lasting 1 year, and we hope to do all we can so that over this time frame we may deliver concrete projects. I would add that the DRC, for the moment, has an energy mix, including solar projects that will have an impact in the short term, and hydroelectricity will come in short order. Now, to reassure our friend here, Gilles.
Pour rassurer l'ami Gilles.
Now, to reassure our friend Gilles, I should like to point out that the current ministers are reformers at heart. And we signed an MOU with the Global Alliance. We have changed our law, and we are currently creating things that didn't exist before because there were shortfalls in our law, and we're working on technical capacity, as I was saying, of a partnership so that we can analyze the right skills. But we also need to make this sector appealing. It's what I was saying earlier on. We need to ensure that the DRC becomes a global energy power that will have a bigger budget. And for this, we need the private sector. But in order to involve the private sector, we need the alliance so that we can arrive at a benchmark that makes this sector appealing. And this means that the sector will be a driver of development. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, one final question to you, Gilles. Through my experience as a Minister of Development, I often observed this in the field. I saw often that as it relates to renewable energy, the African continent has huge potential. But you mentioned something key, training.
Je pensais toujours, est-ce qu'il ne faut pas que le secteur privé pour pouvoir aller investir sur le continent africain.
In order to invest in the African continent, does the private sector not need to be responsible for training local people? So could there be a compact of some sort? That would be my dream as a minister, to involve the private sector. So I'd like to know what your company is doing for skills.
Just about this answer, in Schneider Electric to manage the sustainability at the worldwide level. We have 10 KPIs about everything, environment, social issue, ethic, citizenship, and so on. And we use this KPI that we publish each quarter for 5 years, and we use that in compensation to demonstrate how that is important for Schneider. One of these 10 KPIs is to be able to train 1 million people at the bottom of the pyramid before 2025, the end of this year. We joined the goal in the middle of the year in July, and we have now 400 partnerships around the world, in Asia, in South America, in Africa, to be active, to train people, to train teachers, more than 10,000 teachers. And certainly for the companies, the big topic is not to train directly the children, but to be active, very active, to contribute to train the teacher with the new solutions. Because if the teachers don't train with the new solution, they will continue to implement the old solution far from what we need. But just because I'm here to not to conclude, but to open the discussion, each of us, we need to have in mind that between now and 2100, half of the births will be in Africa. Half of the births will be in Africa. In 2050, more or less, half of the people, close to 20, will be African. Just the question of energy transition, climate change, social equity is in the middle of this topic. We need to be holistic. We need to train the African people for Africa, but because it's the world of tomorrow. And for our company, it's a place for innovation. We need to be more active, Schneider Electric too, even if we are active today and we have some experience and we sell product everywhere around the world, around Africa. We have the same question in Southeast Asia and in India. But just for companies, if we would like to be in our role, and the vision of our role is to contribute to the future, and we contribute for the future if we contribute to pace, certainly, I agree with you, we need to have a big conference about skills. And what is it's not the question to say, oh, the private sector have to do that. It's a question for the public sector. But private sector could be very useful, and that could be, for me, at the top level of the corporate social responsibility, how we contribute to transfer skills.
Thank you very much, Gilles, and we see and thank you all of this inspiring exchange. If I can say something, I'd like to say, first of all, thanks to Global Energy Alliance and congratulations for this new MOU. But what we see here clear, and I hope that the next year, when we are going to make this panel, we have to have somebody from the university or from the schools, because what I have seen everywhere, and we speak always about money and investment, but we don't speak for human capacity. It is always, we have maybe the money is there, but they have to be absorbed. If we don't have people, and what Africa have a huge potential. So I think to you, Minister, and to you, dear Chief, Monsieur le Directeur, that you have to invest to the education of people, as all of us. So electricity is a very good example that brought us together. It's a question of equity, of justice, but also is question of human dignity. Merci beaucoup à tous. Merci.
Pardon, ça marche? Vous êtes sûr?
C'est normal, c'est parce qu'on vous a...
C'est bon? À votre.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexandre Mirles. I'm the former AI Special Advisor to the Paris Peace Forum. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome our speakers today for this session on AI innovation and development, or shall I say maybe to welcome you back. Because if I remember correctly, 1 year ago for the 7th Paris Peace Forum, we were all on stage already discussing AI, its effect on inequality in the world, on progress, on growth, And 1 year in terms of AI equals a decade. So we all feel a decade younger, taking this subject all over again. And let's see what are the trends that have shaped AI in the past few years. I'm joined on this panel by Mr. Thomas Lamanauskas, the deputy head of the International Telecommunications Union, by Gabriela Ramos, who led the first all-encompassing negotiation to adopt a recommendation on the ethics of AI as deputy head of the UNESCO in 2021, by Kathleen Kate Callott, who is the star of AI in Africa, former head of the Africa division at NVIDIA, and now building African-powered AI out of Nairobi with her startup Amini AI. She'll soon tell us more about that. And last but not least, Chris Sharrock, vice president at Microsoft for UN Affairs. Without further ado, aussi pour parler un petit peu français,
we're here to speak a little bit of French, and I would like to cite something that Kate Callott published yesterday in Le Monde. The history of African innovation is a history that is often too forgotten. Africa did not wait for smartphones to invent new technologies. This is precisely what is something that we have to be building. We have to be the ones building AI.
For having me. It's a pleasure to be back to this stage 1 year later, where everything has changed. Maybe to elaborate a little bit on what I meant when I said it has to be built for us and by us when we think about AI innovation in Africa. You know, the M-Pesa moment was quite critical in the context of the continent, right? For those who are not familiar with what M-Pesa is, it is the mobile banking system in Kenya. And that was invented back in 2012. So way long before Apple Pay or WeChat Pay or Android Pay and all the ones that have been accelerated during COVID. So what I meant with the fact that it has to be designed for us and by us, it means it has to respect the local context, the context into which we are operating, the constraints into which we are operating. And it has to be adapted to the way we live, to the way we interact with each other, and to the way we see AI innovation going and developing in our countries. It has to be solving problems that we think are important for us on the continent and has to be adapted to where we believe we need to head towards to. So for me, it's a question of agency. It's a question of sovereignty, and it's a question of agency. We need to have the choice as to what is the best platform for us and whether we actually can build platforms for our own challenges and our own context.
Thank you, Kate. And I'm turning immediately to Thomas on this, because you just sketch out the case for leapfrog in Africa, for agency, for self-determination. But that also requires capacity, infrastructure, and tackling this digital divide that has been, plaguing this hope. Thomas, could you walk us through what the ITU is doing to that effect? And what's your personal take on whether AI is going to be the great divider or the great equalizer in the years to come?
No, thank you very much, Alexandra. Thank you very much, Alexandra, and thank you, Kate, for kicking us off. I think, indeed, that leapfrogging story is a continuous story in technology, So you mentioned M-Pesa, but before we can talk about mobile technology versus fixed telephones, we can talk about even roaming, So like East Africa was actually the first best integrated mobile roaming region where you can cross borders without paying charges, So a lot of those things, those innovations came there, and they didn't come there because they were imposed or sourced from somewhere. They came there because they were adapted to the local environment. However, to have that, you still need to have foundational building blocks to allow that. And I think that's where the difference is. I think the solution should be local, but certain foundational building blocks, I think, is difficult to avoid, And here, of course, we start about talking from infrastructure perspective. And of course, here, even when you talk about basic connectivity infrastructure, there's still a huge divergence, So when you talk about, like 2/3 of the global population connected, but like, around 1/3 of the lower-income countries from Africa, that's a big divergence. When you talk about 5G, 5G, 90% plus, in the developed, in the Western world, where it's like a really, barely scratching the surface in Africa. So that's kind of infrastructure pieces there, and especially when we go now to the more hard infrastructure like data centers, Africa as a whole has just shy of 20% of global population, just shy of 2% of global data centers, and actually less than 1% of the data center capacity. So that's even because when, there's numbers and capacity. And then when you look through that kind of other than areas, then it becomes evident that we need to kind of invest in that infrastructure. We need to invest in skills as well, because as well you need the people who have that ability to understand, how to create this. So because we need to move in the, so still we have a huge divide in the value chain. What they say from data labelers to PhD owning engineers who kind of create models. And that kind of value chain place also determines how much value you will capture from that data that you create and from ingenuity that you do. Some of the, UNCTAD, our colleagues just released a study, like 50% of data comes from, Africa. However, I think is around 5% of value is captured from Africa. So it's like, how do you capture that value from that data there? And there you need infrastructure, you need the people who know what to do with that. And finally, you need policies, and the thing is, again, policies, which policies you have is a lot of times is a local understanding what you need, but you do need to kind of government drive around that. Again, if you look around the world, we still have a huge gap. Around 55% of the countries lack even policies on AI, 85% of countries lack regulations, and it's not only about teaching the policymakers how to do the regulations and on AI, it's also a thing, and that's where we had the great breakfast discussion this morning, is actually policymakers even understanding what AI is as well. And that's where, like, for example, what we at ATU do is actually teach policymakers also actual AI skills. Now, just very quickly, to kind of answering your direct question as well, so what we do as ATU. So in digital infrastructure, we have a thing called Digital Infrastructure Investment Initiative that we launched with Brazilian G20 at that time, together with 7 development finance institutions. At the Sevilla Financing for Development, we now transform that together with our colleagues with UNCTAD, and Rebecca to the Digital Infrastructure Investment Catalyzer to really galvanize investments in private sector investments, because we know public sector will not be enough to plug those infrastructure gaps. We estimated that gap is around 2.6 to 2.8 trillion US dollars. Out of that, around 1.6 trillion is infrastructure. Other things is the policy and skills, not to forget that. So this is one of the areas we're looking into. On skills, we have our AI Skills Coalition with 60 more partners, really, like people like Microsoft, really connecting the content providers with the people that need it, and working now more and more on that. And as I mentioned on the policy, we just had a couple of weeks ago, training to the policymakers around 30 countries on the policies on that as well. A lot more to unpack as we go, but the work is happening. But back to what I said is, yes, ingenuity and local ingenuity is what's important, but we need to create a foundational platform for that.
I would say what we heard from Kate was the goal, the dream, a world where an AI-powered leapfrog is possible that brings us closer together. Then we have what it takes, infrastructure, investment, talent, policy efforts. And then, Gabriela, I'm turning to you, because you're both very seasoned economists and diplomats, but you also had this task to bring 193 countries in a room before even AI was making the headlines, and try to put it on our mental map and develop a toolbox for governments across the world to deal with the rise of AI in a manner that actually makes it useful and beneficial for everyone. Could you tell us how it happened, what lessons you draw from that? Maybe mention also the readiness assessment program that you spearheaded?
Well, thank you so much, and it's so great to be in the Paris Peace Forum, and I see the president here, so I'm very glad that he's joining us in this session. Let me start where you put the conversation, Alex. 1 year after, we were in the world of generative AI. Now we are in the world of agentic AI, and now reasoning AI, and the race to general AI. And so there is a world out there where we see that the capacities of these technologies are just exponentially getting far, far ahead. We're still in a world where 60% of these technologies are developed in the US and 20% in China, so it's still very unequal. But good news, the cost for developing models that are useful for countries, because not all of the countries need to go for foundational models. It's fine to have Microsoft here, but we don't need to do foundational models. But the cost for applications for smaller models fell 90% because of open source, but also because of DeepSeek and because of all this availability of the model. So I think that this is the good news, because we need to grab the opportunity. We need to see where do we just get it to ensure that we improve the way the services in the government are provided, the infrastructure, as Thomas was mentioning, the skills, all of these things are very important. So this is the context. The context needs to change because it continues to be highly unequal. But as you said, the experience that we had at UNESCO was to change the conversation, because it was a technological conversation. How do we chase the algorithm? How do we make sure that it's not biased? How do we get access to data? How do we ensure that whatever ingredients of these developments are understood better? And we put it into something that Thomas and Kate have underscored, which is, if the technologies are acquiring these amazing capacities, how do we make up for the capacities that we, citizens of the world, governments of the world, education systems of the world need, not only to take advantage of it, not only to apply it as they come, but to shape it? Because we have the tools to shape it. Policies matter, but also something that we learned, because what we did was to produce, as Alex mentioned, the readiness assessment methodology, a standardized evaluation of where countries stand to deliver on the recommendation on the ethics of AI. And to start, the recommendations on the ethics of AI was not about how you become more technologically savvy. It was about how do we ensure that these developments do not impinge on our human rights, on our human dignity, are sustainable and inclusive. And how do we ensure accountability, and how do we ensure transparency, and how do we protect the rule of law, by the way? If a young person commits suicide, who's to blame? If the algorithm discriminates against you and you don't receive a loan from the bank, who's to blame? So these changed the conversation, because at the end was our responsibility to ensure that all of these frameworks that we have built for decades are there to be delivered, and to, of course, to get into something there. Women, of course, Women for Ethical AI, only 22% of the workforce in the AI industry are women. And then, surprise, surprise, we are overrepresented in the digital harassment. So some things need to change. But at the end, the whole understanding of what countries need to do went down into 4 I's. Incentives, yes, use the procurement system and the tax systems and to bring more technologies that really comply with your rules. Infrastructure, as was mentioned, computing capacity. How do we leverage all the data that exists there in the governments that are not being used and that can really deliver for good, and actually to frame it according to our culture and according to our language? The question of institutions. The institutions need to evolve. Is the legal framework, who's in charge? France has a digital minister, an AI ministry, and the UAE has an AI ministry, only 2 countries. And finally, the whole point of understanding that these issues are in our hands to shape it. And we have that responsibility. Lots to be done, but because let me just finish with this comment. Out of the 80 countries that we're doing, and we go from the Netherlands to Mozambique to Chile, and they start changing their privacy laws or their cybersecurity laws, but only 30% of those countries have national AI strategies. Only 20% of those countries have the capacity to test the social impact of AI. And therefore, lots to be done to upscale the capacities. But it's a story of agency, as Kate said also, of us shaping these technological developments.
Thanks, Gabriela. I think it's always nice to have these catching phrases, especially for people with a weak memory like me, the 4 I's. As a diplomat, I've grown up with the 5 I's, which refers to a very different reality. But let's coin it and let's use it. Chris, I think it's the perfect moment for you to chime in. Would you, as a former diplomat, former ambassador, British ambassador to the OECD, who now works with one of the powerhouses of AI, one of these global AI superpowers. Would you agree with this kind of four eyes doctrine? And if I may ask a subsidiary question, what would be, when you interact with governments, with civil society in the Global South, what is your answer to the voices claiming for more agency, more sovereignty on data, on models? What could be Microsoft's contribution to that debate?
No, well, look, thanks, Alex. I've got a terrible memory as well, so I'm afraid I've already forgotten the four eyes, but I'll try and remember and come back to it. But it's great to be here at the Paris Peace Forum. The conversation that we have very often around this subject puts me in mind of an old joke, just to begin on a sort of slightly light note. Two guys are eating in a restaurant that they always go to. They order the food arrives. One turns to the other and says, I don't know why we come to this place. The food here is terrible. And the other one says, yeah, and it's such small portions. And this, at some level, this is, I think, the tone of the conversation we have, that on the one hand, we talk about the challenges that this powerful and disruptive technology is going to bring, and how do we solve those challenges? How do we make the foods digestible and nourishing? But underneath it, like, a lot of people want to have access to this technology. And I pay huge tribute to everything that Thomas and Gabriela have done, both through the work of the ITU and through the work at UNESCO and the RAM in particular. 80 countries. It's an amazing number. But there's clearly a lot more that needs to be done. And so in Microsoft, what we're really focused on is this question of diffusion. And we really believe that we have a responsibility as a company that is bringing this technology to market, recognizing the potential that it has to really transform society and the economy. We've got a responsibility to try and get it out there and get it out there for responsible use. So exactly as has already been talked about by Thomas, like, there is this fundamental question of infrastructure, and we've got to acknowledge that when you add up those who don't have access to electricity, those who don't have access to reliable broadband, those who don't have access to compute, the skills, the devices, it's roughly half the world that can't have meaningful access. So you've got to meet people where they are, as well as doing what you can to try and address that gap and that infrastructure gap. And the reason there's urgency needed in addressing that gap and really getting the diffusion and getting the access out there is because, as Gabriela said, there's exponential functions at work here. If there are increases in productivity that are accruing in advanced countries that have access to this, that can adopt it, that can transform their industries, train people to take advantage of the new jobs, connect to the digital economy, if that leads to productivity rises and GDP rises accordingly, whereas the other half of the world is not able to take advantage, then that gap that we already know exists is going to widen in an alarming way. And that's before you even get to some of the other gaps Gabriela talked about, the gender gap. There's a generational gap at play here as well. So we've got to really understand this diffusion picture. We've got to think about how we can address it. And then to come to your question, finally, that means you've got to have, I think, a degree of humility and approach the question through partnership. And I know Kate wrote an op-ed in Le Monde this week, which I just heard about, so I look forward to reading it. But I always love hearing Kate talk because she can tell us the reality of development and innovation in a position of scarcity in terms of access to compute. That's where we're going to learn. But then through the institutions, the international organizations, we can partner. Now, look, the ITU's been really tremendous. It's been really instrumental. A couple of things I'd like to talk about. We are members of the Partnership for Skilling. Skilling is really, really key. We've got to make quick progress in helping people get the skills they need to access this technology. We've got a program in Microsoft called Elevate. We've put $4 billion behind this. We've got a target to train 20 million people worldwide. That's something that we're taking very, very seriously. And then the Partners to Connect program, which is quite long-standing now, has been another way that we've partnered and others have partnered with the ITU on that aspect of connectivity. We had a commitment that I remember announcing at the Least Developed Countries conference in Doha a few years ago to connect 250 million people worldwide, 100 million of which are in Africa. By the end of this year, 2025, we are absolutely on track to do that, and that's thanks to the partnership with ITU. So we've got to deliver in partnership, but then we've also got to find a way to construct meaningful, enduring partnerships of action. And that's where actually I would just end by saying that's what this place is for. The multi-stakeholder vision of the Paris Peace Forum, which was engendered by President Macron, that's been driven by this team here. We should be thinking about some things that we can do here together. So I look forward to the conversation, delivering some of that as well.
Thank you, Chris. A few questions for the whole panelists before we open the floor. A friend of mine who might be in the room, I don't see him, yes, Adrien Becassis, who also works at the Paris Peace Forum. We're having this discussion lately about the Indian summits, the Indian Impact Summit. We're back from a trip to Delhi where we had heard about the goals of the Indian presidency for the summit. And our feeling was that the majority of the world could actually agree on a path towards AI sovereignty. That doesn't mean relying only on your own resources, that you will need some elements of your stack that come from abroad, but to retain a minimum of control and agency, as Kate said, over your data. India also has the same challenges that we have in Europe, that you have in Africa, which is to deploy, to have adoption of the technology. And it also has a riches of data. In the case of India, 1.4 billion people in 19 official languages. That's even truer in Africa, which is where the worth really lays. Kate, you started this discussion by saying, you know, we are at a crossroads where the tremendous value that will be created by the deployment of AI in the 5 years to come can either go into a few deep pockets or be spread equally. What would be the blueprint for national strategies, and you're advising a number of governments on that, to make it benefit the general population and to avoid this concentration?
So I'm going to be clear. The first thing is that we should not repeat the mistakes of the past. And by that, I mean that for decades, we've been fed technology that has not been built for us. And technology has been having the promise of really created local economic value for our population that we've not been able to grasp. As an example, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, the whole global south runs on those three platforms. But none of the economic value creation is actually located in our country. The woman in the village is able to use WhatsApp. The whole of government of Philippines runs off Facebook, but none of the actual tangible value is realized in our countries. We're still very much contained as consumers of technology and not actually being given the choice to build and shape what that truly is supposed to mean and mean for us as communities. So for me, it's really not making sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. And I have hopes because, you know, if we think that AI is a new industrial revolution, today, developers in the global south are already learning how to refine their natural resources, which is their data. You know, we talk a lot about adoption, but the truth is we've been practicing AI for decades already. You know, there is this whole new movement about building small models, frugal AI, and such. Truth is, 8 years ago, there was a movement called Tiny Machine Learning that looked at how to move the intelligence closer to where the data is being collected. So on-device, very efficient local intelligence. Kenya and Nigeria were some of the largest chapters in the world and have adopted this technology. Why? Because it's affordable, because it's something that they could actually go and put their hands on, and because developers have been very, very hungry to build solutions for themselves. But today, we go back to the infrastructure and the lack of adoption. I actually think that it comes more from a gap around being able to access the compute platforms that we need to build for ourselves. If we take the analogy of a restaurant, we're just asking tools to cook our own food. We're not asking for you to serve us ready cooked meals, right? That we don't even know. Let's say Kenya and France have very different regime. So why would we serve French cuisine or American cuisine or Chinese cuisine to a Kenyan kid? Right? So that's the reality. For me, we need to go back to understanding that today the situation is very different. We've already started to learn how to refine those natural resources. The only thing that we need is actually the tool to feed ourselves and build what we think is right for our countries. So when I go and talk to governments, the first thing they ask me is, listen, right now I have the choice between China and America. What do you think I should choose? My answer is none. You actually can build your own infrastructure. You actually can own your own infrastructure. And you have to shut down the biases that have been fed to us that the only way to do AI is to build hundreds of billions of supercomputers and large-scale data centers that will eat all your power, that will use connectivity that you don't have. But actually, there is a different way to do AI that is micro, that is efficient, that is looking at the minimum viable infrastructure that you need for your data to be sovereign and to be private. And that's the path you should go into. Just this morning, I was on the call with the government who told me, listen, you know, we are buying GPUs now, but everybody we're talking to doesn't actually understand our realities. They've just deployed like computes outside of Africa, but they don't understand that we still have 7 power cuts per day. Connectivity is still very difficult to access, but the reason why my op-ed was positive is because I already see that innovation coming. And, you know, I know the ITU is doing a lot of work around 5G and such, but I already see innovation around spectrum refarming that's happening in Africa that no one is talking about because the conversation is owned by very few actors in the world that are actually controlling the narrative. But if we just open our eyes, we would see that the innovation is already driven on the continent. And those problems around infrastructure, we're already thinking about solving it, but not solving it in the blueprint that we've been put to, solving it in a blueprint that we have picked and we have chosen for ourselves.
Thomas, how does the ITU answer to this very strong aspiration to agency, to self-determination? Every time I listen to Kate, I sometimes feel we're at the beginning of a kind of a new era of non-alignment. At least that rings a bell. And India will chair the next summit on AI, which will build on this tradition as well. Seen from the international organization's point of view, with these tensions between America and China and the aspiration of basically the rest of the world to still have some sense of self-determination and diversification in their partnerships, how do you answer to those needs?
So first of all, I think when we talk about non-alignment movement and others, we should remember that UN by itself, by its design, and ITU, one of the agencies, UNESCO agencies, were the club of member states, in which every country has one vote, one voice, one seat at the table, and they participate. So it's not like something that comes from the skies imposed on the countries. That's where the countries come together to co-create that future together. And I think that's where, sometimes we overvalue this whole, discrepancies in these views, because we have the forums where we come together and we have the forums where we discuss. And in that spirit, I have to be open, I don't like the word sovereignty. Because for a few reasons. First of all, it's an isolationist term, like this means I'm sovereign because I'm different from you. I'm sovereign means I'm protecting myself in this context from you. It's also very geopolitical. It's kind of, in that term, we kind of imply that conflict, like we imply the competition and conflict with others. I actually like the word resilience, in this way, because resilience is that I can be more resilient by connecting with you and by actually sharing resources and getting access to those resources rather than isolating myself from you. And I think that's kind of how we trying to see some of those things. Because when we talk now, it's about building capabilities of the countries to be able to service their future rather than building buildings, if you will, to have them. And I think sometimes this AI discussion, I think that's where the problem is. We talk about AI as if it's technology by itself. That's kind of once we have an AI, we have a data center, suddenly the sky, the heavens opened and now we're fine. Actually, AI expresses itself through its application. It's not about having AI, it's about having better health services. It's not about having AI, it's about having better educational services. It's about having better public services, about having better government administration. Now, sometimes we put the solution before the problem, and we say, like, now have AI, we'll resolve everything with AI. Even the situations, let's be open, when AI is not even ready or not even the best tool yet to resolve those topics. And I think that's where, kind of, sometimes to bring back that discussion and try to
C'est comme ça qu'il faut recentrer la question sur ce qui compte. Il faut résoudre les vrais problèmes. Et c'est pour cela que je suis très fier d'avoir mené ce groupe de travail sur l'IA aux Nations Unies, qui rassemble toutes les agences, les 53 de ce nom, pour voir comment on peut avancer. L'autre idée, c'est ce n'est pas que l'on a parlé que des centres de données. Ce n'est pas seul.
AI in child protection, AI in education, to really thinking the application level. And we as ATU now work through World Health Organization and WIPO, for example, on AI in health. We have another initiative with Food and Agriculture Organization and IFAD on AI in agriculture, another on emergency communications with our colleagues in WMO and others. So I think really looking at that kind of application level. And when you look at the application level, then you have to start thinking questions. Where do you need your own data center? Where you need a large language model? Where do you need a tiny ML, where you need other things that can service the needs of your country in the best possible way, in the most efficient way. And then, of course, then you have these different solutions that countries create. You mentioned India, so, famous example, Aadhaar or UPI, were created for the country, in the country context. And actually now we talk a lot about DPIs as a concept, digital public infrastructure, that could travel and other countries need to choose. But it's not about choosing, again, between the stacks, It's kind of really thinking, what, if you look back from the government perspective and you need to service the population's needs, how to service those needs better. Now, coming back to this ingenuity, and I think also sometimes we undervalue how much ingenuity is already coming from everywhere. Like NITU have under our AI for Good platform a number of these competitions. We have our Innovation Factory, where startups pitch. We have our AI machine learning competitions where coders from around the world build the code to resolve different solutions in a kind of hackathon type environment. We have our robotics for youth, where in the countries where they actually secondary school kids are kind of using robots to try to resolve real world challenges, and they come to Geneva to compete. And when you see who are winning those and who are bringing those solutions to the table, a lot of people from all around the world. The winner of our Innovation Factory is South Africa and Tanzania app Mama Made on maternity health in that very specific context. So this thing is happening, and that's where I'm back again. We need to have foundations there. We need to empower people to do it. We need to not to underestimate how much already is there, especially in terms of talent and ingenuity, but also, and I'll bring back, we also shouldn't talk about that in a, isolationist way. And it's the problem, the challenges on the geopolitics, that we kind of then immediately see which country will win, but more like thinking, how do we, rather than talking who will win, think about how we serve the needs of the population in a better way. Thank you.
I think that I will take off my moderator hat for 30 seconds. That really echoes one of our key issues when we were preparing the Paris AI Action Summit that I had the chance to work on with the Paris Peace Forum. We were back then the country with the highest rate of AI skepticism, if I should say. I think the number was 56% of the French thought AI was a bad thing per se and should not be developed. And not because 56% are wrong, but because those 56% didn't see in their lives, in their daily lives, in their in real life, what AI could do for them. And I think one of the works we launched, and that India is going to amplify with this notion of impact, is to boost application that can actually help governments deliver for its people. The UK, we were discussing that with Chris, has a lead on that. But the headlines I was dreaming for the AI Summit was not 109 billion invested in data centers in France, although it's great. It was thanks to an AI system of patients triage, a mother and child unit reopens in rural France or something, to give better service. And I think that's also the next frontier, both in the global south and in Europe as well. Gabriela, sorry.
Well, I think that's the conversation that we need to have. Because at the end, as I said, it's not that we are discussing AI in a vacuum. We are discussing AI in a context where we still having this very important task of advancing development. And therefore, what happens is that because AI is so blunt and so fast and so impressively disruptive, And even if you don't want it, it's already there in the education systems, it's already there in the workplace, it's already there, and we don't know what kind of AI, but it's already there. But when you really confront that and you see yourself in the mirror to see if you are really ready for this very highly technological world, and you invest less than 4% in the education systems, or you invest less than 1% in R&D, like many countries, or you don't have the public digital infrastructure, as India was so impressive. And therefore, I feel that it's also a reminder of our own homework. And our own homework is to go for those things that maybe are not even related to AI, but that we need to do. I mean, there are many countries that are still investing more in fossil fuels than in education. Has nothing to do with AI. But at the end, these things need to give us almost like a roadmap on how to move forward. And I feel that that's the question. That is a call to ensure that we continue with investments in infrastructure, that we think about what kind of talents we need that are changing, because at the end, one of the most challenging tasks that governments have is how to adapt the education systems. Education systems all over the world are based on memorization and gathering information instead of critical thinking and the things that we know need to be adapted. So I feel that this is a very important point. But from the work that we did at UNESCO, which I feel is a real homework to be advanced, is a question of culture. Because at the end, when you think about, I am speaking now with you in English, pero soy mexicana. And I love Spanish, so I feel more comfortable in Spanish. I can speak French because I have been living in beautiful French 20 years. The fact is that language is not a tool to communicate. It's a mind frame. It's a way to thinking about the world. It's our identity. And therefore, if all of these developments are done in another language, which we all understand, it's not about the utility of having English or not. It's the fact that we are representing a world that is not really including our mindset. And therefore, one of the biggest challenges for us is to ensure that our language, our culture is represented in the developments of these technologies. And this needs to be done by ourselves. And you know, I was super happy that I don't know if we have here some of our friends, because what we did with and Paola is there, what we did with the 80 RAMs, differently from what the international institutions do that is very fast. No, okay, let's do the RAMs. Bring me the best experts in the world to do the RAMs. No. I went to the countries. I went to Kenya. I went to Senegal. I went to Chile. And I said, who is your greatest expert, Chilean, Mexican, on AI? To do the RAM, because I want him to understand, or her, to understand the culture, to understand the language, to understand the mindset, and to understand where this country wants to go. And I was so proud because the Latin Americans, Minister Echavarri from Chile, she said, yes, you know, with generative AI, but I mean, for God's sake, Spanish is the third language of the world, and we don't have a ChatGPT in Spanish. What is this? And we launched it. LATAM ChatGPT. You know how? Which is also another very important point that you're doing, bringing and pulling resources together. Not all the countries need to have data centers. Not all the countries need to build computing, but we can pull it together. And in that context, the LATAM ChatGPT was launched by all of the region in Latin America. Surprise, surprise, it's not about the technology. When I asked the minister, how do we go for data flow and exchange among countries? You know what? In the Latin American region, where we have 30, 40 countries, only 2 have agreements to exchange data. So you go back to basics. But at the end is the question of challenging ourselves in terms of how much we can invest in ourselves to use these technologies. And this is what the RAM delivered.
I am sure that Chris, as a Francophile and French-speaking Brit, wants to chime in on this issue of cultural diversity and local ownership.
Mais bien sûr. Merci pour la parole. I actually want to pull it back to where Kate started with innovation, because I think if we lose sight of the role of innovation, in driving value and in creating opportunities and in creating solutions, then, you know, we kind of miss the point. And I think this idea of scarcity driving innovation, like that should be familiar to anyone in tech, right? Because the early days, if you go back to the early days of tech, it was those constraints in memory and other such things.
It started in the garage, right?
Right.
At
and
Microsoft.
It was like, what do I do? I've got 2K, but, you know, I want to fly to the moon. And, you know, people did it, and they did it through innovation and ingenuity. And that's evidently what's happening, right? And that power of human imagination is still at the heart of this endeavor, right? We shouldn't lose sight of that. And, you know, there are many, many different models, right? Many of them being created in different parts of the world. We should disabuse ourselves of the idea that there's sort of 4 models being offered to the world. On Microsoft's platform Azure, we got over 1,000 that you can select, you know, in different uses. There are clearly models, small language models being developed. They can run on laptops and this sort of thing. But what I would actually just have a bit of, and sorry, just to finish that point, like, if that's going to drive innovation, that's going to create jobs, that's going to create value, that's going to build a local ecosystem in places that need one, that's then going to get a snowball effect, that is success, I think, because that is where the value will really be created. But at the same time, I'd be worried if we kind of satisfy ourselves with the idea that some parts of the world will be served okay by a second best solution. Because it's clear that access to high-performance compute and the cloud, I would say this, wouldn't I? Because this is what my company produces. But, you know, we would say that there are clear benefits to this. And let's think about things like on the cybersecurity side, for example, where there's huge vulnerabilities across old equipment that can be patched very, very quickly and addressed very, very quickly and protected from threats with a shift to the cloud. So, like, there are benefits to the cloud. That's why we shouldn't lose sight of that first best solution being diffused throughout the world. But then just to return to the language point, or maybe it's a broader point. Maybe it's a point about understanding and engaging with a global population of huge diversity on questions of data and data governance. Because there is more than an infrastructure story here. There's also the question of data and data governance. Now, we just had over a year ago the Global Digital Compact agreed. That launched a process in Geneva at the CSTD that brings together every country, because the UN is universal, for a discussion about data governance. And in that conversation, these questions like sovereignty are being addressed in whole new and interesting ways. It's not just the question of, you know, of my language. It's not just the question of, you know, maybe sovereignty as we might consider it in Europe. It's thinking about, you know, data in a kind of equitable way. It's thinking about things like this idea of, you know, digital colonialism, which is an idea that kind of emerges, and like those issues are being discussed and being thrashed through. And I'm really, really pleased that Microsoft is one of the business reps we're engaging in that process. Because if we don't understand what people need in terms of data, if we don't understand where data is being created, then the innovation is not going to happen. And I think language is a lovely illustration of it, but it's way more than language. It's culture as well. You know, I'm an Englishman. If ChatGPT tells me to go and buy a hot dog, I'm not going to be happy because I want to eat a Cornish pasty. You know, if similarly in Swahili it's saying the same thing, go to CVS and buy your, it's not going to work, right? So we've got to understand how we make this truly accessible, because this is clearly one of the barriers to adoption.
One footnote to that before I open the floor. I think Kate's trajectory and presence among us also shows the role of this kind of techno-diasporas. Kate, you lived in the US, in Nairobi, in Centrafrique, in France, in Japan. Many of people writing the future of AI are building companies now in Africa, but with a Silicon Valley background. Think of Mustafa Cissé, former vice president at Google, and many others. And it's not, we humans are not made, or even our own identities are not one. And maybe this is also a factor of hope. we have 15 minutes left, and I don't want to frustrate our audience anymore. Please, madam.
What about ethics in AI? Ethics. What about ethics in AI? I think this is the future. We need to work on ethics. I'm a lawyer. We need to work on codifying ethics on AI, and like Madame Ramos said, only 22% of women are in the business of AI, but 90% of online violence is against women. So we need to work on this.
Maybe we take a couple, so then everyone can react. Madame?
Thank you very much. I wanted to come back on the issue of women and focus on low and middle income countries. What strategies can governments in those countries put in place to ensure that women are not just users of AI, but also shaping, creating, and leading in that area? Thank you.
Madam.
Ask really, can you hear me now? I wanted to ask about the issue with the mental health issues. For a long time, we've said low and middle income countries are going to all be cared for in mental health by using AI. It's not going to happen. And we've seen the danger of that now in the US and other places. But the ethics go beyond even our gender and our identity. It goes into the safety of who's creating what kind of mechanism, and it goes into the language. So if we heal in our mother tongue, we have to create that healing process in the AI system. I don't know how to do it, but it has to be there, because that's the future of where the world can go.
It's fascinating, like this first three questions, maybe we first answer them all around how do you embed by design inclusivity, gender balance into innovation?
Maybe I can start because ethics was mentioned, and the recommendation of UNESCO is about ethics. And let me tell you that I moved from the OECD, which is economics, and then I was sitting there with 24 experts all around the world. And the recommendation was ethically developed because they were from all over the world, multidisciplinary. Me that I was more on the economics, suddenly I'm with the philosophers and I'm with the sociologists, psychologists, but also with people that will raise their hand and say, do we really need AI? So we take the conversation somewhere else. The question of how do we translate the ethical framework, meaning the moral grounds in which we base the decision-making in developing whatever we do, but particularly the technologies, into positive outcomes for people, because that was the mindset. It's not about chasing the technology, it's about what positive outcomes can we get out of this, and how do we control by design the kind of inequalities and imbalances that we see. Very importantly, you can correct a lot of biases by having more women in the development teams. I remember still doing a report on digital and AI for the Argentinian presidency in the G20, and 80% of all the downloads of the R data sets at that moment were done by male-only teams from the global north. Nothing wrong with it, but no diversity, and therefore you cannot embed this consciousness of what kind of outcome you will get. And that's why I love the red teaming, because the red teaming is not only by control and command, and is by people understanding that whatever they do in these developments will have an outcome, and they need to be conscious about their own responsibilities of putting technologies in the market that are really delivering. And this goes perfectly in line with, of course, the Women for Ethical AI. That's a battle that we have, and I launched this Women for Ethical AI movement to ensure that governments invest more in women engineers, that of course companies, as I said, 22% of the workforce that develop the technologies are women, and therefore we really need to look into that, because it's fantastic, because if you go for gender equality, you are putting a very important guardrail in terms of these developments. Look at the societies, the way they treat women is not about women, It's about sustainable and inclusive societies, and therefore this is just one proof of how we can make it better. And then by design, this question of mental health, I'm always thinking how, and Chris, maybe you can answer to that, because I'm always thinking, oh yes, no, it's really taking us to a place we don't want to go. Whenever you see that more and more people are using ChatGPT as their therapist, then why do we develop tools that look so human? Why don't we do developments that remind you that this is a tool, a technology, that don't say, hello, Gabriela, how are you today? Are you feeling good? No way, don't do it. The other point, the question of social networks, no? You get into the scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and you get addicted. Why don't you introduce technological solutions like after 20, 30, 1 hour, I don't know, of scrolling, start to slow down? You can do that. Forget about the likes. You know that? That was a report that I saw by one of these fantastic technologists. Let's just slow down the scrolling down and you will get less addiction. Let's just be conscious about the way we develop these technologies and the impact they have, and this is all about ethics.
Kate, I'm going to be super provocative. If innovation is driven by scarcity, is there a better chance that you end up with life-changing solutions instead of Italian brain rots or stuff like that?
Indeed, but maybe just to answer the question around women and what we're doing in our company, I think it's all about increasing the pool of builders, right? So that then you can increase the pool of users and such, because you usually build technology that looks like you. So in our company, we have 70% of women in executive positions, and right now we've achieved parity 50-50, actually 52% women and 48% men in the whole of the company. But more than that, you know, it's I think everybody in the ecosystem has a role to play, and it's up to you to kind of drive this forward. So we partnered with a company called Kala, and the founder is right here, and we opened a couple of weeks ago an AI hub in Nairobi. And then following this, we launched a women fellowship program, and we've had hundreds of applications from women researchers in AI who have been doing amazing work across the entirety of the continent. So we need more of that, and it's our duty to pay it forward, us who are having a platform and are able to advance and take on board everybody else with us. And I think that's the only way we will actually collectively reach those goals.
Thomas and Chris?
So thank you very much. And of course, on ethics, as Gabriela is an expert, so I won't talk that much. Of course, on the tools side, though, I should say there are some tools, you know, like just a personal experience. On my iPhone, I do have my social media time limit, you know. I have to say I do override it way too often, you know. But the thing, you also have to accept our own limitations, you know, in using some of the tools. But now on the inclusion of women in the process, and I think Gabriela already mentioned 22%. And generally, if you look at every statistics, women in ICT leadership and AI is always below 25%. And of course, this is a challenge. I think what Kate and Gabriela also said, that is reflective then in results in how the technology works. You know, so 45% of AI models exhibit a gender bias. You know, and we have that. And if those models are not rated by enough women, or if women's input, of course, they naturally will have this bias. So how do you correct on that? I think there's a few things just would be very practical that we do from my perspective. One is raising the awareness and really kind of making the mark on that way. So by the way, if you don't know, there is this every Thursday of every April every year, every fourth Thursday actually, every April every year is a Girls in ICT Day that's celebrated very much around the world, with a lot of countries having national celebrations to raise awareness of how to engage girls and women in the ICT development. And we have now this really strong movement there. We have also strong women leaders in ICT field. You know, I have a couple of them next to me, but of course ITU has a first women secretary general now, and 160 years history. So we have these women role models. We're trying to create more through the network of women ministers in digital. So really to demonstrate that these are the careers that can be chosen, you know, and that these are careers don't have a gender, you know, and we really do more of that. And then, of course, trying to really see how to kind of change curriculums and help in that regard. We have our Equals Coalition, long-standing one, I think more than 20 years now, with industry partners as well, where we again look into the barriers of of women inclusion, especially across the skills, and how to overcome that. So the things are happening and changing, probably not fast enough as always, but I think what we really need to work together to make sure it happens. Thank you.
France appointed the first ever female AI minister, and she's been succeeded by another woman, Chris.
No, this is great. I feel like I was watching a panel earlier where someone made the point that we need to distinguish sometimes between what are societal problems that exist already, what are new problems that may be arising from technology, where there may be an intersection between the two, where technology is making some societal issues harder. It's worthwhile applying that lens sometimes. And I think on gender inclusion, just like I always stop and take a step back and think about this fundamental question of girls' access to education, which is like such a terrible, I mean, you all have the numbers on this, I'm sure, Gabriella, such a terrible situation globally already, right? And, if there is some way that technology can address that, for example, through, distance access to learning or maybe empowering schools through the new technologies, like that's a net gain for society. But our fundamental objective, and this is the economist in me thinking, talent is distributed normally across society. We must assume that. We must therefore try and get all of society engaging in this innovation and this economic activity if we want to get the results. And how do we get women and girls engaging with this technology in an innovative way that's going to give them jobs and give them a future? I think that's the lens we should look through. Ethics, I'm not going to add anything because I'm sitting next to Gabriella, who's the expert on it. But when you sit in a company, of course, you have to have a framework for responsible behavior, and that's the lens really that we look through for that. And I think most tech companies do. We've been on a journey since 2017-18 to design a responsible AI framework. We've got these practices like red teaming, which everyone will talk about. We have assessments. We had a human rights assessment that was done that's driven a lot of our work, and we publish our methodology, so there's transparency about how we're approaching these things. That's how you have to codify this, when at the end what this comes down to is engineers thinking about solutions, and they're not philosophers or ethicists. They need real guidance that they can apply, and that's how we think about that.
Friends, AI has this weird property to accelerate time, and this hour has just gone by without us even realizing. I owe an apology to our audience for not taking more questions. A big thanks to our 4 speakers today. I think it was fascinating to see this conversation evolving from a logic of access and sovereignty to notions of resilience, agency, inclusion, which shows how rich and multi-layered this debate on AI and development and innovation is. We have exciting conferences ahead of us. The Indian AI Impact Summit, where I guess a lot of you will gather again. Next May in Nairobi, the Africa Forward Summit will gather under the Kenyan and French presidency a number of countries to continue this conversation. Then we'll have the G7 in Evian. This is still work in progress, but I think this conversation will leave you all on a hopeful and optimistic note. Thank you so much to everyone again, and à bientôt.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for a panel called Holding the Line for Democracy. Before we kickstart the panel and I introduce our amazing panelists, I want to give it to a very special guest who couldn't join us in person, but it's Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, who has a message for all of us, who will set the tone for the rest of the panel. So could we have Secretary Hillary Clinton's message, please?
Forum. Let me begin by thanking President Angel Gurria and Director General Justin Vase and their teams for convening this vital conversation. I think it's fair to say we all share a simple but profound belief that a more peaceful, cooperative, and prosperous future is possible. Whether we get there depends on our commitment to working together. This year's theme, New Coalitions for Peace, People, and the Planet, speaks to the need for multilateral solutions. We are living through a time of extraordinary disruption. Across the globe, violent conflict tears communities apart. Democratic institutions are under pressure in every region. Our planet is pushed to the brink by climate change, and the development of new technologies has the potential to both expand human possibility and threaten the progress we've made. The pace of change is accelerating, and the complexity of our challenges grows greater every day. We cannot meet them as nations alone. That is why we must reinvent diplomacy for a new era. Diplomacy that builds bridges rather than walls, that brings together governments and private sector leaders, scientists and activists, voices young and old. Achieving a future of peace and prosperity will require these kinds of coalitions of conscience and courage. It will require a chorus of voices from every aspect of society. So I ask all of you, policymakers, civil society leaders, experts, engaged citizens alike, please imagine greatly, act boldly, work together to help us find new answers and solutions. Thank you for your commitment to that goal. I know that together we can meet the moment. We can forge a better future for all people across our globe. And yes, we can also protect the planet we share. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Secretary Clinton. I am going to get right to our panelists. So we have with us Gabriela Hearst, who is the creative fashion director of the namesake brand Gabriela Hearst and a member of the steering committee of the Paris Peace Forum. We have with us Dr. Mayada Adil, who is a young leader for the SDGs for the UN Youth Office. We have with us Michael Galliano, who's the ambassador for education for UNICEF International. And on the extreme end with us, we have Chiara Nirghin, the co-founder of Kima. Please tell me if I pronounced anything wrong. I'm going to get to a few facts, right? So in the 20th century alone, we have lost so many species that never before have we lost these amount of species to mass extinction. The amount of animals disappearing are at the rate of 30 to 120 times more than any other time in the past 66 million years. And this is biodiversity. Those are non-renewable resources. But the good news is, to quote Al Gore, political will and politicians are renewable resources. So the reason why I wanted to host this panel is so that we don't need to hold a congratulatory talk shop about everything that's going well, but first talk about the things that's not working and have an intersection of youth, politics, and culture to then get to real solutions, because this is what the Paris Peace Forum's commitment is, to go beyond a talk shop. So in that spirit, I want to come to you, Dr. Mayada Adil. Can you tell me, you represent Sudan, you come from Sudan. You said something very interesting about how fashion has become your political instrument. What does that mean?
Hello, everyone. I'm honestly happy to be here, and at the same time, I'm nervous. I prepared a lot of things to say. It's just the urgency of the situation of my country, Sudan, required me to say something not only about culture and fashion. imagine a young girl in 2019 used her passion, fashion, to promote a revolution and a diplomatic and the democratic changes that happened in Sudan and toppled the dictator. All the international community were so cheering for us, encouraging the Sudanese youth to lead this change and to take part of this change and to be part of the changes that can happen and to lead the country. Fast forward today, my country is in war, and my country undergoing a genocide right now as we speak in Darfur. 2 days ago, more than 1,000 people died, 300 women been killed and raped, thousands of women been raped. To talk about that in Paris Peace Forum, it get me question, what is peace? What is peace for Sudan? Peace for Sudan could not be an abstract concept, cannot, and even for the global south. All the countries are facing genocides, conflict, and wars. Peace is not an abstract. Peace, it has to come with accountability. Otherwise, we will reward impunity for the paramilitia that are killing people in Sudan, for Ukrainian war, for the Gaza, for Congo as well. We have to take this in consideration when we talk about peace. And we cannot talk about peace without the people that make the peace, which is the youth. And we cannot talk about that if we want a peace in the planet. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Mayada, for sharing. Gabby, I want to come to you. From the beginning of knowing you, you've been doing something quite extraordinary, which is you've been saying, my fashion is political, political is fashion. And most people don't understand that. Could you explain to the people how you got onto this journey and why you inherently believe in your bones that your fashion is political?
Well, I think everything comes from my love of women. And I know from studying archaeologists like Maria Gimbutas that if you put a correlationship between when man dominated nature and the domination of women is hand to hand. When we hear a conflict like the one in Sudan, it's natural resources, but who gets affected first? Women and children. So the lineup of us respecting nature and us respecting women is a very, very tight. And I dress women, I empower them, I think of them all the time, they inspire me. I mean, you know, I'm here with trailblazers and I really, it comes from that love, but it's nothing new, right? Fashion has always been showing us that, reflecting what's going in society. And a very concrete example was the 68 protest in France. Women used to wear gloves to go to work at the time, and they stopped wearing gloves because they didn't want to look like that they were going to go to work. So the political shape changes, and now we're being shaped by two major crises, which is the climate crisis and the digital revolution, and how that is shaping the way we dress and what we make.
I'd also add the old men leading in power, the third major crisis that we're dealing with. Brings me to Chiara. Chiara, you are looking at a lot in the intersection of AI and young people, especially women. Can you talk about, are we equipped at all to look at what new jobs look like for Gen Z?
I think what I always understand is that history isn't about memorizing the past. It's about prototyping the future. And now with technology, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance that. For young people, that means that we're living in an age where there has never been a better time to build. For young women, that means that using these tools that have never existed before, we can't just innovate, but we can lead this space because these have never existed. The time of being able to use them and advance them is now. And I think what that means for young people entering the workforce is things that you're learning or things that you're being exposed to right now are going to be fundamentally different in 2026, for example. the models, the technology, artificial intelligence is at an inception point that is changing how we see work, how we see being able to thrive. And for young people, that's an extremely exciting thing. But for young women, that means that we can truly lead the space.
Merci, Chiara. We're going to do the next session in French with Michael. So for those of you who don't understand French, you can shift your channel to 1 for the English translation. Du coup, Michael, tu travailles beaucoup dans
So, Michael, you work a lot at the intersection between youth and politics, and you've been here for 2 days. We agree, right? Are you happy? What did you see when it comes to participation of young people in politics, what we did here? Are you happy? Thank you, Tricia, for this question, because this is a perfect segue into what was said earlier by Mayada and other peers here. Well, this cuts both ways, because the Paris Peace Forum has opened up spaces for young people to occupy and contribute to dialogue for peace. That's good. But on the other hand, and you know, for many years, I heard people, well, this type of events, heard people say this type of events are not made to invite young people. And people said there were many young people here. Well, obviously, we should have many people. Mayada said earlier that peace cannot be built without young people. And this is true, and I'm very happy. I'd like to congratulate all young people who've participated in many panels, including this one. Thank you for being here. When I hear people making such comments, I worked at UNIFES, and I was under criticism. People told me I was not experimented enough with this kind of responsibility, but thanks to these responsibilities and these actions, I could show that I'm strength for peace and power for peace, and we can all show that to people. We're able to change the world. Mayada is a very good example of what's happening today in Sudan. And she's a voice for change. This is a true example to defend peace around the world. We need to show that we are legitimate here, but we are part and parcel of the process to find peace. We are the present and future generation. So we're under time constraints, so I'd like to give time to everyone.
You said something I heard recently in your documentary where you said, I trade in the currency of trust. And that spoke to me deeply. What are you doing that other people in the world of fashion can follow? Because many people, not just fashion, business right now with the current political climate that we're dealing with, no one wants to be political. Everyone is bending their knee. And you, on the other hand, have decided, watch me be more political, watch me do my business, watch me do more fashion. How are you changing the system, and what can the others learn from you?
It's by nothing revolutionary, but just paying attention. Paying attention who is the people that are making your product and where are you taking the ingredients that you make your product, right? And we work very hard with the social component. We work with non-for-profits all over the world that have made our product. And when I work in other companies as well, I've always bring the social component, because I know as a data point that empowering women, you empower communities. So when you give jobs to women, they lift the communities up. So that's really, really important. It's not easy for us to manufacture in Bolivia, but I know that when the woman is earning more, the husband stops beating her. As simple as that. So I'm going to go through the logistics of shipping from Bolivia, and I'm going to do that because it's going to help. So, and I know that doing that, if people just knew how good it feels to have that social component in the product, is the difference between something looking good and feeling good. And then we pay very close attention to where we take our natural fibers for, like the traceability, and also we take a very close attention of who's manufacturing our products where, right? We know exactly who owns our factories in Italy. There's been a lot of issues with supply chain in Italy with factories, and I've told CEOs, if a price is too good to be true, it's too good to be true. It's very simple, just paying attention to the transparency of what you do. And now our clients know that what we're doing, we're giving them the best product we have, and we did our homework. So they can feel safe in the product they wear.
Thank you. It takes a lot to walk the talk and lead the way that you do, so thank you. Du coup, Michael, pardon. Michael, I want to come back to you.
Michael.
Si aujourd'hui on peut dire Monsieur Jean-Noël Barrot.
Jean-Noël Barrot, the French minister, thank you for your service. We can say that, but we nominated Michael as the new Ministry of Foreign Affairs, let's say. What would you change? Thank you, Tricia. Well, I'd love to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs one day. To come back to the subject of the forum, I know that the current minister has had an important voice here at the forum. Well, he's eager to hear your answer. So you have the mic, and go ahead, tell us. Well, why not include more panels about young people, and include also a solution whereby you have leaders alongside young people to address many topics, including peace and nature, sustainable development, compact between peace, the peoples and the planet. Young people have many solutions to put forward. Why not do this? And secondly, I'd like to come back on the words of Gabi. This was very relevant, very powerful. If I was minister, maybe including more women in diplomacy. Hillary Clinton said it also. We need to reinvent diplomacy and include women and their ideas. These are marvelous. And if I may, why not be Secretary General of the UN? In this case, well, I'd like to give the opportunity to young people from the South, young activists cannot go to the UN headquarters because they don't have visas. So why not create new institutions, maybe have institutions take decisions so that young people from the global South may be able to have their voices heard.
How do you see the intersection of AI policy and politics? Are these models equipped to help young women specifically?
I think what's very interesting is that one of the very first female computer scientists, Ada Lovelace, said that machines and artificial intelligence models are nothing more than predictors on what they're actually trained on. And what that means is that the data that they're provided with need to be accountable, they need to be transparent, and they need to have integrity. What that means for young women specifically is being able to be part of that conversation is so important. This conversation is just as important. Being a young woman and being able to see so many incredible women, Gabriella too, it's such an honor to be on a panel with her. Being able to speak about these things and then talk about these things, especially when it comes to AI, is so important, because now more than ever, having women at the table, being able to talk about it at this inflection point is so important. But specifically with the data that these models are trained on, that really means that women can talk about them, be able to advocate for them, and make them as diverse as possible. Because we're only working with predictors of tokens, and what they're exposed to needs to be as diverse and all-encompassing as possible to give us the most results that people can actually take forward into society.
Thank you. I know we're running short of time, but I'm going to take 2 minutes because Maida's intervention is extremely important. So Maida, talking about Sudan, the world has failed you. The world has failed the Global South. What can we do to fix this?
I'll start by saying love and peace was never a popular movement. The world is held together by the love and compassion of very few people. And by that, I mean all of you're attending with well intention of bringing peace. So what I urge you for is let's change the narrative that Sudan is not the forgotten war anymore. Let's talk about Sudan, because sometimes talking change and imply a political pressure over the people that persecuting others in Sudan. Please talk about Sudan. Please talk about Sudan and hold your government accountable so they can more pressure the leaders that they're causing this genocide. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to end the session with invoking the words of Anas, the slain journalist from Gaza. And one of his last dying words was, when he was getting threatened extensively and asked to evacuate, he said, I shall not evacuate because maybe if they just see the right dead body, the world will do something. So I don't think people here on stage, especially young people, need to tell you stories of violence, of what their women are going through, children are going through, for you to care. And the truth is, people, politicians especially, will come and ask young people, women, to vote for them, looking at them as a vote bank without giving them seats to actually run for parliament. So please follow all these people. They have solutions that they're already leading with. You don't need to be lazy. You don't need to figure out how to address these world problems. Track them down. Ask them very concretely how you can support their work. And that is the least you can do for Sudan, for Congo, for Gaza, for Ukraine, for the people who are not here within the safety of these walls. I want to thank all of you for sharing your stories and for inspiring this group and for setting the tone for what Paris Peace Forum is, which is real concrete action that lives beyond the walls of these, beautiful Palais de Chaillot. So thank you. Thank you for your bravery.
canal 1, canal 1, canal 1. Là, je parle dans le canal 1. Test, canal 1, canal 1, canal 1. Ok, je te fais le canal 2.
everyone. Welcome to the 8th edition of the Paris Peace Forum. When we launched the forum back in 2018, we had a mission. The global society was in crisis, multilateralism was in crisis, people were losing faith at the UN, and we thought that the Paris Peace Forum could play a very critical role in doubling down on fundamental values, that we cannot address these global crises without global common consensus. Flash forward to 2025, we're still dealing with the same problems, not for the lack of effort that the Paris Peace Forum has done, but as a true recognition of the crisis that we're dealing with. I'm reminded of the words of Arundhati Roy, who said, what lies under the rubble of Gaza are not just the bodies, but the debris of Western liberal democracy. Today, I just had a panel with young people who spoke about that there's not enough being spoken about Sudan. Where is the conversation happening around Congo? And I think the Paris Peace Forum has a very real recognition that as beautiful as this venue is and as amazing as it is to host all of you here at the forum, outside these sanitized walls, there's war, there's genocide, there's people's lives on the line. So what are we doing here as a congregation over 2 days that can actually lead to concrete impact on the lives of people outside these walls? I met Maria Ressa yesterday. The fact that she's been showing up at the forum consistently over the years gives me incredible hope in the work that the forum is doing. Today, whilst I was talking to the project leaders in the space of solution, I met a project called Umeed in Afghanistan. Umeed means hope. And they are working before the Taliban came into power. And they're still continuing to work by directly working with rural women and families, by giving them small grants, through the access of education, through the access of skill development, to empower these communities to continue to advocate for themselves and do the work that they're doing on ground. So that is what gives me hope and brings me to the theme of this year's forum, which is new coalitions for peace, for people, and for the planet. With that, I want to first give away to the best of what we have seen over the previous 2 days, and then we will introduce Justin to give us more of a concrete breakdown of what the forum has accomplished.
Of the Paris Peace Forum. We've never had as many conflicts as we have in 2025, more than 60. That is more than at any time since 1946. But there are reasons for hope. There's a new diplomacy raising its head. We saw that during the 2 days of the forum. There's a lot of energy, there's a lot of momentum among the many actors who were present at the Paris Peace Forum. And what we did during these 2 days is reinvent diplomacy for this changing world, for this more brutal world. So thank you to all of you for bringing your own contribution to this edition of the forum. We've made some progress. We've not solved all the conflicts, we've not solved all the global challenges, but the incremental progress we've made will be recorded and will be useful to make this world a better place.
With that, I want to invite on stage Justin Weiss, the fondateur and the Director General of the Forum. Justin, if you could tell us very concretely, what has the Forum managed to accomplish over the last 2 days that everyone here can go back and say, you know what, it was worth my time, I'm going to see real impact on the ground?
Thank you, Trisha. I can't believe it's been now 7 years since we first did this duo with Trisha, and I want to thank you for being such a good partner, good companion to the forum. And I will take this opportunity, before answering your question, to thank a few people and institutions. And the first ones I want to thank are the ones who received us in their home. That is here, the Musée de l'Homme. I want to thank them dearly because they offered to cease operations for 2 days to have us. Exactly what the Musée de la Marine, the Musée National de la Marine behind us did as well for these 2 days. And we also got some help from the Cité de l'Architecture and the Théâtre National de la Danse. But it's really the teams from the Musée de la Marine and Musée de l'Homme who have been we've been blessed with their partnership and with their support. So thank to the two institutions. Second, I would like to thank MCI en français. MCI is our event agency. They are the ones who make this possible, the lights, the stage, the video, the stream, the app, etc. And so they have been accompanying us for a number of years. And they, once again, have done a great job, as you can see. And I want to thank them because they are now really, we're sort of one team with that of the Paris Peace Forum. So thank you, François, and all of your team. I have many other people to thank, like the mentors, for example, who have been accompanying our projects this year, our SCUP projects this year, but that will be mentioned later. But of course, and if I want to make this a bit shorter, I will simply finish by thanking the Paris Peace Forum team, the projects team, the protocol team, the program team, the policy team. There are different departments. We are about 40, and we put this out, but we also work throughout the years on the coalitions we launch, on the initiatives that we trigger. And this team is fantastic. It has never been as good as it is now, as effective, as focused, as hardworking. And I want to thank all of them from the bottom of my heart. So Trisha, you were asking me what's the takeaway? What did we accomplish? You know, from the start, the premise of the forum was impact. We had a couple of things in our DNA. We wanted to be a multi-actor organization. We wanted to be a north-south organization, an event, and we wanted to be an impact organization. We didn't set out to create a conference with speakers pontifying on geopolitics, etc. That's all very good, and I've been an academic, so I know what I'm talking about. What we wanted to create instead was an event, a forum, not a symposium, that would gather people, not just to talk, even if talk is sometimes very useful, dialogue for peace especially is useful, but also that would accomplish things. Crystallize policy consensus, for example, get to norms or pre-norms, try to organize a field of global governance better, plug the holes that the UN agencies have a hard time plugging because they're underfunded, because of great power politics, etc., etc. And so what do we take away from this edition? In the field of global governance, I'm really happy that we were able to partner with IFPIM, the International Fund for Public Interest Media, and Reporters Without Borders. Again, we've been allies for the past 8 editions, for the Summit on Information Integrity. The concrete results are 29 countries signing a common text saying that information is a public good, that it should be protected, that it should be defended. Humans are a social species. The information that circulates among us is important. It's important for a political organization. It's important for our health, for example, and we should defend it and protect it. And we are at a time of incredible change on that matter. And so these countries committed. We also had concrete financial commitments from France, from Ghana, from a number of other countries that decided that IFPIM was important and that decided to commit money. And we also had many meetings and many, the convening power of the forum is important because it allows people to meet and to work together. On climate, obviously, that was another important theme, especially yesterday, whether with the COP presidents or the important session on methane. So we didn't have a breakthrough yesterday, but we sort of prepared a breakthrough. There will be a summit during COP30 in Belém on methane. As you know, methane is an even worse gas than CO2 in terms of global warming. And so it was really important that we would have governments, the industry, NGOs, foundation, and other actors work together, but also coal, also nature-based solutions, and other topics. So that's the second takeaway. I think on climate, we were able to make some progress. AI, as you know, has been an important theme as well. And from the start, and for us the start was 2020, so we didn't wait for ChatGPT to appear to work on AI, because AI is transforming our lives. For example, it's transforming the life and the development of our children, and that's why earlier this year we created iRaise, the multi-actor coalition. There's a fan club over there, but I'm a big fan of iRaise because, okay, you might say, what's the relationship with peace? As you know, the forum has been working on many issues of global governance, and if we get a number of things right, we work for the medium-term and long-term structures of peace, the drivers that allow societies to be better governed and more peaceful in the long term. And in effect, AI will be transforming our lives, will be transforming the justice system, will be transforming information, as I was mentioning earlier, will be transforming production, will be transforming our intellectual activity, but also will be transforming the world in which, the environment in which our children will see their development. And so that's one specific example, but that's one important example. But as I was saying, starting in 2020, we worked on AI, especially in the Global South. I don't like that expression any more than you do, but it's just useful. In the Global South, seen from the Global South, and with our friends from Africa, from Latin America, from Asia in particular. And the focus on AI and development in particular is something important, creating the links, not just the big LLMs, not just the billions of dollars of investment, but also the concrete use cases, the concrete apps in medicine, in agriculture, and in education that we can get from AI. Then now, as you know, there have been more than 80 sessions. There's been more than 450 speakers. So I'm not going to tell you all the sort of small incremental steps that we made. And many of you attended many different sessions and know that we've been able to make progress on a number of fronts, whether it's critical minerals or African agriculture or others. But I will just finish by mentioning a few geopolitical issues, topics that we have tried to tackle. So it's the Paris Peace Forum. So why don't you make peace? That's a question that I often get. And obviously, if it were that easy, it would have been invented for a long time. So what we're trying to do is work on better governance, but then we are also trying to tackle some of the conflicts, and we're trying to have some impact, because that's the keyword of tonight. Whether it's, for example, on Ukraine or on international humanitarian law, supporting the ICRC in its campaign to reinvigorate international law. As I was saying in the video, there are more and more conflicts in the world, and so one of the first casualties is international humanitarian law, European resolve to support Ukraine, but also the conference on the Great Lakes region that just ended at the Musée de la Marine, but also the Balkans. We had many friends, heads of states and officials and civil society from the Balkans, and that is important 30 years after the Dayton-Paris Agreement. And last but not least, since you mentioned it, Trisha, the Israel-Palestine question, whether the discussion between former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and former Foreign Minister Nasser al-Kidwa yesterday or today, the 3 sessions we had on especially associating civil society and others to the resolution. You may know that the forum earlier this year organized a number of events, especially here in Paris in June, 300 Palestinians and Israelis meeting here in Paris and trying to support especially the initiative by France and Saudi Arabia in favor of the two-state solution that was voted in favor of on September 12 by 142 countries at the United Nations. We believe that associating civil society and diplomats is the way to go. One won't win the peace without the other. And for that, we've been lucky to be helped and accompanied by Olmep in particular, that I want to thank, or the Carter Center also has helped us. We've been helped by many different organizations, but I wanted to mention these two ones. We have many partnerships to try and build peace. So, in a word, it's hard to give a comprehensive takeaway because so many things happened, so much serendipity also, people who didn't expect to meet the people that they've met during the 2 days of the forum and will get back home richer in their connections, in their networks, and in their ability to have a positive impact. But last but not least, I think we should continue. We live in a more and more brutal world. Multilateralism is contested as never before. I was saying international humanitarian law is also questioned. We have more and more complex issues, wicked questions for which we need complex answers. To solve complex problems, we need complex solutions, honestly, and we're trying to build them with the different actors with this method. We will continue, and so we will be working throughout the year, and I will conclude by saying see you a year from now.
Thank you so much, Justin. With that, I want to give the floor to Mariam Bukhar Hassan, who goes by the alias Alhan Islam, and she's the first ever United Nations Global Advocate for Peace.
For having me. Okay, I think we're good. Can you hear me? Good evening, everyone. Oh, it's bonsoir. I am honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me. When we talk about peace, I used to think that peace was a place, a final destination we arrive at after all wars have ended. But I have come to realize that peace is not a line that we cross. It is a choice that we make over and over and over again, especially when it is the hardest, especially when it feels far away. Peace is not a silence you force into people's mouths. It is not the absence of war, but the presence of understanding. Peace is a child learning to sleep again without flinching at the wind. It is a mother not having to choose between bread and dignity. It is a father not having to swallow his voice to feel like a man. Peace is messy, like forgiveness. It does not arrive in parade floats. Sometimes it comes crawling through broken windows when we finally agree that being right is not better than being whole. Peace is not found, it is built, brick by brutal brick, by hands that once knew how to fight but now choose to hold instead. There was a time when we measured strength by how long we could hold a grudge. But now, let us measure strength by how long we could hold space for someone else's truth. Because there was a me and a you before there was ever an us. And if us is broken, then peace is what lets us lay down the shards without aiming at each other's throats. Peace is the moment you return to your body and find it still standing. It is the poem that you write after the war in your chest has finally run out of ink. And let us not forget the ones who have carried peace quietly through the fire. The women whose hands mend what war has torn, who rebuild homes from memories, raise children between checkpoints, and hold their families like nations. Because peace is not easy. And so today, I speak peace into the bones of this world, into the rubble, into the rage, into the ruins. Because if war teaches us how to shatter, then peace must teach us how to stay soft, to stay human, to stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariam, for sharing your words, deeply powerful words that puts things in context to all of us. The heartbeat of the Paris Peace Forum has always been our projects. These are projects that are on a grassroots level, on a national level, on an international level. These are projects whose journeys we've followed from 2018. We have projects that we've incubated that keep coming back. And that, to me, is the biggest testament that we're doing something right if people working on ground keep coming back and thinking that the Paris Peace Forum is providing them some value and benefit. And that comes thanks to the selection committee that selects these projects. It comes thanks to the mentors that mentor these projects. So essentially, we have 10 projects that we name every year to be part of our Scale Up project initiative. And these are projects that get tailored support over the course of the year, where we believe that the forum can help them further expand the scope and impact of their work. And this happens critically because of partners who believe in the mission of the forum, a critical partner being Sigrid Van Aken, who is the Chief Executive Director of Postcode Lottery Group. Sigrid, I'm going to give you the stage.
Thank you so much, Tricia and Miriam. Thank you for your beautiful and powerful words. So, what about the Scale Up project? So I think it's first time for a round of applause for those projects that have achieved fantastic achievements, the 10 project teams that participated in the past month in the SCUP program, as well as for the dedication of their mentors. Please join me in a round of applause. And so I think the Paris Peace Forum team has made a wonderful idea in closing these wonderful days with a celebration, because that's what's going to happen now. We're going to celebrate what's happened in the past month. So it means that these incredible project teams now also have to pass the torch to the new cohort. And before we move to that, I would like to invite on stage Meredith Preston McGee, the Secretary General of the Global Center for Pluralism, and who has been a Scale Up mentor since 2021. So, we are very privileged because the two of us, we will be announcing the 10 projects that we will receive this year of transformational support to strengthen their growth, broaden their influence, and continue driving positive change in their fields. So here we go. There will be an introduction of representatives from each of the 10 selected projects, and they will each be pitching their project for 1 minute and 30 seconds. We will start announcing, and then please welcome them on stage before they do their pitch. So first of all, there we go. I would like to welcome on stage Raisa Sivakazongo. She's from Action pour le Développement et l'Entrepreneuriat from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and she will present the project that's named Agroforestry et Reforestation Communautaire.
Merci beaucoup pour les honneurs.
Thank you very much. It is an honor, it is a privilege to be presenting this project and to be adhering to this forum. Our project is about agroforestry and reforestation on a community level east of the Democratic Republic of Congo, promoting peace and resilience of communities through restoration of ecosystems that have been disrupted and valorizing natural resources. Thanks to community and agroforestry, initiative. We are creating durable, sustainable revenues in this conflict-ridden region. Activities such as plantation of new trees, fruit-bearing trees, training farmers in sustainable techniques, and adding to the natural resources. This project is all about collaboration between different stakeholders. As you may know, Congo has a rich soil, but it is destroyed by conflicts. Restoring this earth, this soil is restoring peace. It is anchored in us, in our territories, and is supported by audacious coalitions with you. So let's act together for peace. Thank you.
Un grand félicitations.
Congratulations.
I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage our second project for 2025-2026. Elaha Ali Omar leads Uplift Afghanistan, leads community and livelihood in Afghanistan, Uplift Afghanistan and CCDO, your project from the US implemented in Afghanistan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. When systems fail, people rise. In Afghanistan, where decades of war and conflict have left communities displaced and livelihoods destroyed, we help rebuild. We support livelihood and resilience projects in Afghanistan, but we don't just help them rebuild. The beneficiaries are also the decision makers. Together with our partner, CDDO, we create income and employment opportunities for local residents to build community infrastructure, a lifeline for rural life. Our work is rooted in dignity. The communities themselves, including the women, select the projects, decide who implements them, and who benefits. Because every road built reconnects home, and every act of local leadership builds trust. And that's how peace begins, from the ground up. Thank you.
Congratulations. And then we move on to the third one. So I would like to welcome on stage Svetlana Tsiyanotska. You are from Metamorphosis, the Foundation for Internet and Society from North Macedonia. And you will announce the project Disinformation Radar for the Balkans.
Such an honor to be here and to be among the selected. So we are Metamorphosis Foundation based in North Macedonia, but working across the Western Balkans. Our project is called Disinfo Radar for the Balkans, which is AI and human combined intelligence in predicting and trying to forecast disinformation campaigns that will occur in the future in the Balkans, causing ethnic tensions and polarization in the societies. With this, we rely heavily on our large network of fact-checkers across the region. So we use this database to design these predictions. We do this because this information is so deeply rooted and is the main threat to peace and democracy as we know it in today's digital era. With our work, we hope to deter the creation of disinformers into the not creating of the disinformation, and to give enough time to the democratic actors to act and to counter disinformation. Thank you.
Congratulations. And for our fourth project, Fagnaco Agroforestier et Énergie Renouvelable, led by Canopy Energies from France, implemented in Madagascar. And I'll invite Nicholas Kompalic to the stage to present the project. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Just a few words about our project. A few words about my company, Canopy. Canopy is a French company, a société à mission, as we say. It means we are not an NGO, we are a private company, but we have other goals to be profitable. And one of these goals is really to participate to the climate transition. How do we do to participate to that? We are looking at energy and carbon footprint. So we decided to produce energy and having at the same time a negative carbon footprint. How do we do that? We have a just very innovative solution. We just plant trees. We don't cut it, and we get vegetable from that. And by this way, we capture carbon and producing energy. Where we do that in Madagascar. Why? Madagascar is suffering by large deforestation and really needs energy. We have very high target on that. We just crossed the 1 million trees planted. Our target for the 5 next years is to plant 10 million trees. It will mean a lot of energy to consume for the local population. It will mean millions of tons of CO2 capture, and it will be large benefit for the local population and for everyone. Thank you.
And then, for the next one, I would like to invite Bethany Patton from the MIT Climate Policy Center in the US to share with us the project MIT Climate Pathways. Please, welcome on stage.
Imagine it's 2035 and we're all gathered here again reflecting on 20 years post the climate accord in Paris. And instead of saying, what didn't we do, we're reflecting on our successes. All because leaders were equipped with tools to inform them on what policies to prioritize. This is the En-ROADS Climate Policy Simulator. And today, if you were to engage leaders and ask them the question, of all of the policies that they may choose to prioritize, which ones do they think will have the most impact in time? You'll get as many answers as you have people in the room. But the problem is, as we know, resources are scarce for these kinds of problems these days. And so the urgency to get it right really matters. Over 22,000 leaders in business, government, and civil society have engaged with the En-ROADS model to learn and test their assumptions about what are the high and low leverage policies that will get us to meet our goals in time. What if every leader had these tools? Then we really could imagine a better future. You can join us, you can learn more by searching MIT Climate Pathways Project online, and we will run a workshop for you, and we're very excited to engage.
Thank you, Bethany. We're now really pleased to announce Passerelle, led by Mission AI from France, implemented in France, and to be presented by Juliette McDowell. If you can please come to the stage.
Thank you so much. I'm from Mission AI, and last year, we were approached by ISM Interpretariat. They're the largest interpreting NGO here in France. And they came with a simple question. How can we really service all of the migrants that come in? We have 200 interpreters, but that's still not enough. And there are people waiting for services at the hospital. People are waiting for services with housing and so on and so forth. So we undertook a study at first, and that study showed us that AI, when used incorrectly, really has dire consequences. And so, for example, in Germany, they used an AI company for asylum cases there was something in Canada that happened with a misdiagnosis. And I thought, as the founder of Mission AI, we're not going to take this project. This is too important. I don't want to create any harm to anyone. But then I thought a little bit more, and I thought, people still need to go see the doctor. They still need these services, so how can we do this better? So with ISM, we developed a model whereby we can do translations, but when the conversation gets sensitive, when it's about trauma, when it's about suicide, when it's about anything that requires a human touch, the model escalates and phones the interpreter center. And so what this does is it frees up the interpreters for the really important conversations, and the things that are a little bit more generic can be handled. At the end of next year, we're hoping to reach about 200,000 migrants here in France. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. You can go off either way. Either way.
And then for the next one, from Association of Women in Mining in Africa, for the project called Powering Change, Women and Critical Minerals, I would like to welcome on stage Zenzi Awazes from Ghana.
Good evening. I am extremely honored to be standing in front of you. I'm actually from Namibia. The association is head office in Ghana. Women make up more than half of the artisanal and small-scale mining workforce in Africa. Yet they often face barriers to finance, training, and fair market access. Historically, these women have been mining gold and gemstones, but they have now moved on to higher value minerals. Now, Powering Change, Women and Critical Minerals is an initiative that puts women at the center of Africa's mining industry discussions. Focusing on Senegal, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia, this project supports artisanal small-scale miners, especially women and youth, in critical minerals like lithium, copper, and cobalt. Our work centers on 3 principles. 1, building capacity to meet global standards. 2, promoting financial inclusion so miners can grow their businesses. And 3, opening ethical market access that ensures fair participation in the green economy. Powering Change is about turning local mining potential in lasting opportunity, creating a more inclusive, sustainable, and equitable future for Africa's mining communities. Thank you.
Wonderful. We're on to number 8. I'm thrilled to announce Raise SEA, led by AI Safety Asia, from China, implemented across Southeast Asia. And I'd like to invite to the stage Zach Motique Adesuru to present the project.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and I'm happy to be here today representing AI Safety Asia. Across Southeast Asia, over $30 billion has already been invested in AI this year. Yet, we have no early warning systems for AI societal disruptions. In the past, we've used tools that predict natural disasters, but who's warning us about automation-driven job loss, AI-fueled misinformation and disinformation, or governance paralysis? Raise C, that's Southeast Asia, bridges this foresight gap. It's the first AI platform that uses AI to predict AI's own societal impact. It combines large language models and causal modeling to generate realistic disruption scenarios grounded in Asian realities. Through collaborative workshops, we co-created preparedness playbooks with governments, civil society, and academia turning foresight into action. Our vision is to make Southeast Asia the global leader in anticipatory AI governance, proactive, not reactive. By year one, we aim to support up to 5 ASEAN countries and engage over 100 stakeholders to build resilience before the crises hit. RACE is where AI foresight meets the Asia ways, building a future we can trust. Thank you very much.
And then for number 9, I would like to introduce from Academia 2063, the project called the Africa Agricultural Watch. And I would like to introduce to you Racine Lee from Senegal.
So, good evening, everyone. Our project, the Africa Agriculture Watch, started at the onset of the COVID-19 crisis. All eyes were on the health crisis, but some countries in Africa were at the brink of a major food crisis, and we couldn't also collect the data to know what is going on. So we relied on satellite data and artificial intelligence to forecast food crop production at a pixel level. Since then, we've been able to provide those forecasts to 47 African countries at a pixel level prior to the harvesting period. So Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Finance are reaching out to ask where are we at in terms of our forecast for budget planning, but also for food security aspects. How much to keep in the country, how much to trade. Additionally, we also publish the first ever, to the best of our knowledge, methane emissions from agriculture at a pixel level for the entire continent, and we published it in a report that we call the Annual Trend and Outlook Report from Academia 2063. Now we are building what we believe is as a transformational framework to measure adaptation from African agriculture. We'll be very happy to engage with colleagues at the SCOP program, and thank you for having us. And we believe also with this program we'll be able to make African agricultural transformation not aspirational, but to be really evidence-based and also to be bankable. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we're at project number 10. I'm thrilled to announce Zuzi AI, Inclusive and Safer Digital Spaces, led by GRIT, Gender Rights in Tech, from South Africa, implemented across Africa. And I'd like to invite Leonora Tima to the stage to present the project. And she's got a fan base.
Hi, everyone. So I'm not Leonora Tima today, but she's off on a flight quickly. But I will be representing GRIT. So I just want to start with a quote. In a world where most AI cannot understand the way survivors of gender-based violence speak, describe harm, or express pain without further re-traumatization, we in South Africa, or the Global South, decided to create one. So I am Shamron from Gender Rights in Tech, or GRIT. So basically, we decided why should South African or African spaces not be included in the AI space, specifically communities. So we co-create with survivors of gender-based violence, youth and marginalized communities across South Africa, from rural to urban to many places where AI is often very excluded from their vocabulary, their experiences, and their lived realities. And we decided to create Gender Rights in Tech, or Zuzi, AI chatbot, to understand the lived realities or context of African voices. So she, in a nutshell, she simplifies, can I put this down? She simplifies and makes sure that access to legal information, gender-based violence reporting referrals, access to mental health support, as well as access to general navigating the legal system is accessible. So we break this down into our 12 languages within South Africa, including sign language. working on SASL text or South African text-to-language support, we make sure that no one is excluded or has barriers to navigating the justice system. And as one of our co-creators said in one of our sessions, we co-create with over 10,000 youth within South Africa who train our data set, which we feed into Zuzi. We don't rely on westernized AI, but we make sure that we are feeding South Africa or African voices back into AI. So we work with co-creators who have said to us, Zuzi speaks our everyday language and we feel heard and we never feel restricted from navigating the justice or survivor support system, which for us is a leading change. And with the Scale Up program, we're interested to see how, as we're in the scale process now, we're interested to see how people can come together, work with us, make sure that African voices are on a global stage, which next year we will bring a co-creator up here, because in reality, it is their project, not ours. And I just want to leave it on that. Thank you for Paris Peace Forum and the Scale Up Project for investing in the Global South. Thank you.
Can we congratulate all 10 of the projects? Félicitations à vous tous.
Sigrid and Meredith, if I could just request all the project leaders to come on stage. Sigrid, Meredith, if we could just have you in the corner for just a little bit. We will move the table so that the project leaders can have their picture all together, and then Sigrid, Meredith, we will bring you back on stage along with a few members from the Paris Peace Forum Committee. But please, please, please clap for the incredible project leaders that we have here. I don't know if you can hear me. Voila. May I now also invite Justin Weiss, Fabienne Hara, the Director General Adjoint of the Paris Peace Forum, back on stage again, Sigrid, Meredith, to take a family photo. Fabienne, give me this. No, give me this. Wait. And also, of course, all of this happens because of this group of project leaders that you don't recognize lobby so hard, lobby so incredibly hard for these projects. Their only goal is to make sure that the projects that we have get to have the spotlight, get mentored, and they work incredibly hard day in and day out. So please do thank the team behind making this force happen. Are we good? Okay, I just want to say in conclusion, you know, when the forum started back in 2018, it was for the centenary of Armistice, and there was a very real recognition of never again, right? And what we're seeing right now is problems we didn't ever anticipate happening, to be very concrete. What's happening in Gaza, what's happening around the world. I'm highlighting this because when the forum said never again, and they made that commitment, what that has looked like is through the course of the years, the forum has worked relentlessly, very closely with the French government to make sure that the historic recognition of the state of Palestine has actually happened by lobbying countries around the world. You know, so if you're wondering, I remember back in 2018, 2017, when Justin had his brief and would walk around the UN trying to talk about the Paris Peace Forum, people said, do we need another forum? Second, they said, what is peace? Do you not just want to focus on one thing? Munich Security Conference focuses on one thing, Davos focuses on one thing. Justin said, no, we will not focus on one thing. How many of you here could have predicted all these crises that we have dealt with since 2018? None of us. And I think that's the gamble Justin took, the team took, the founders took, to say that we will keep it open-ended, we will be malleable so that we can respond to the real world problems that we're facing today. You know, in French we say on lâche rien, and truthfully, this is the first space I have seen this work in action, not just in words, where the team has dropped nothing. And a lot of it is thanks to the generous supporters that we have who funded the program and the platform and the forum over the years. You have helped us ride these storms. You've helped us have Racine so strong that, and you've taken a gamble on us. So to the founders, to the institutional partners, to the supporters who've given us money to make all this happen. Ooh, plop, 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 plop. Don't worry, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. As we see, the storm is still here. We have very many more storms to ride. So please be more generous in your support towards the forum, because the forum makes a commitment to be more ambitious in their fight to make sure never again means very real transformational difference in the lives of people. So with that, can I just have the entire Paris Peace Forum team that's worked, just raise your hands, all our supporters, all our founders, everyone. Angel, if you could just get up, and we can just thank everyone for making this happen. Thank you for believing in us. Please give us more support, because you see the impact that it's having. And we shall see you back again here next year. Thank you again.